room early. Are you proud of me? Yippee! This song is cool. There's 61 different BPMs featured. It's actually insane. It still manages to sound like a singular song. Hello! Oh, people said hi. Hello! I started the room early. I never do that. I gave a whole hour and 15 minutes for posterity because I don't like even numbers. Maybe it's autism. I just don't like even numbers. Okay. Big man, thank you for the greetings earlier. Maidara, Joey, welcome, hello. Galahad. Oh, have a great stream. Oh, that means he's not gonna be here. Whatever, man. I'm fully aware that I stream at retarded times for those who actually have jobs. Every sentence, the BPM changes. It's a masterpiece. It tickles my brain. Maybe I'll share it. I'll put it in media share. I just think this song is cool. I'll share it in the Discord. How was your day? I'm feeling a little low energy. I don't know how entertaining I'll be, but I mean, mostly just reading the story, so I don't know how entertaining I have to be. Hopefully the game itself is entertaining. Good morning, Cody. My glasses are attached to my hair, so they're swinging. I think that's pretty neat. So I'm gonna play IwaiHime. We kind of cut off at this arc where some sort of beef with deer and an old village carried on for 1,000 years. 1,000-year beef. And it's relatively warm. Yeah, sun's out is right. I don't know what the fuck's going on with the weather. It's been bipolar as hell. 2 days ago it was like -30 and now it's +5 in Celsius. I don't know what that is in freedom units. I cannot be fucked to look it up. Yep. I'm tempted to drink, but it's only 10 in the morning. So, let's give it an hour. Let's see how entertaining this game is. I added a few songs to my learning list. I promise I'll get on that. I'm a little behind, but I've been drinking a lot lately. Like every day for the last like 2 weeks. I need to smarten up, you know. Getting boring. Getting boring being drunk all the time. You ever feel that? It's true. I've been awake since 6 in the morning because I have to do like breakfast and subsequently bugging my kid like 70 times to go to school. She didn't want to go to school today. I think she purposefully missed her bus. So I was just like, fuck it. So I spent $15 on a cab to like force her to be there on time. Because she has to do these meetings. She got suspended. She has to do meetings with they skipped the guidance counselor and went straight to the social worker because she said a slur. She didn't just say a slur, she said the slur. The February no word of the month. Publicly. In front of hundreds of people. On paper, so there's hard evidence. But luckily it's not to the point where I need to be involved in this social worker. With this social worker. Retarded though, either way. She didn't want to go, but I was like, fuck it, you go face it. Go have some accountability, dumbass, and don't leave evidence next time. Definitely 1984. You know, pry her eyes open and show her, like, I don't know, Martin Luther King videos or some shit. You know what time it is. It's him. It's him. It's him. Bangers. I'm gonna wear his skin. Ba, 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 ba. I'm small. I'm just gonna go bye. We're here to get cozy. It's story time, my dudes. It's story time. Fuck! I mean, chill. Very chill, very cool. Give me a second. Doing these corner. They're gonna put her in the re-education room. Yeah, they're gonna put her in the sensory deprivation tank with VR glasses, showing loops and loops of crying African children. And she'll still come home and say nigger on PC. Like, I don't, what do I do? What do I do? Kids these days. And their hard R's. Like, I can't even use music as an excuse. She hates rap music. So, like, I'm just like, context, ethical direction. Don't say this to a black person, or it's a crime. I don't know, man. I'm tired, Hitler. I'm tired. Who's the founder of the KKK? Okay. I'm tired, whoever's the standing red dragon right now. Like, what am I supposed to do? She's a brown kid in Canada. What does she know about the history of that word? She's a brown kid in Canada who was raised by the internet more than her parents before I got her. So, like, damn, it's so early. No. But if I start now, I could probably go until 3 o'clock. Okay? This guarantees me a minimum 5 hours stream time to get a fat chunk of this game's disappointing ending setup. I'm so disappointed on the direction this game took. It is notorious for being the worst work of, I forget his name. Kishi or whatever. I forget. I'm sleepy. It is early, okay? I can admit it's early. Kids this time, yeah. Kids these days. You know what? I'd rather her say slurs over all the fucking brain rot words that has kids like grooming themselves into normalizing sex acts, right? There's no reason why a fucking 6-year-old should be saying like, I don't know, like almost everything, gooning, bunting, jelking. It's all like sexual. Like, there's two paths you can take these days when it comes to modern language and slang. It's either racist as fuck or sexualized as fuck. Like, there's nothing in between. You know how many people call their fucking friend Zaddy? I'm like, god damn it. Why is it like this? No skibbity words, yes. Only gamer words in my house. Punishable by death. Slurs low-key are better than brain rot. Actually, though, because they lead to situations where you have to face accountability, right? Let's say she learned the hard way by saying that to some, I don't know, some like Toronto man's black man. We got lots of those. And he like, I don't know, shanks her in the streets. I mean, this is the easiest possible way to learn her lesson. She did it at a seminar for Black History, surrounded by 3 other high schools. You know? I think it's just humiliating enough to let her keep those sort of words in private exchanges only with people you have vetted and filtered as it should be done. Racism and sexual, come on now. I mean, we're talking about kids here, right? Would we rather have indirect, fucking, like, non-hateful, I hate to say it, ethical use of terms that were used to suppress people who are no longer suppressed in the way that term specifies? Like, the semantic argument could go on forever, and she's fucking 15, dog. I'm not gonna fault her for being stupid like that. She's just gonna know better. And ideally, learning early means she's not gonna let it slip out in the workplace or some shit. I'd take 3 days out of school over, I don't know, losing my fucking job any day. Like I have a job. What the fuck am I talking about? Anyways, she's back in school, and it's no time, baby. I'm a terrible parent, but whatever. I didn't have to be a parent until my mom died, so give me some fucking slack. I was raised no better than she was. Plus, add an extra 20 years on the internet, you know, my verbiage is gonna be all fucked up too. Can you make songs more quiet or yourself louder? I'm gonna end the songs actually. I'm gonna play this flippin' game. Hello. The song is quieter and I am also quieter. I also feel a little bit sick. I'm on meds that like kill my immune system to keep my illness from attacking me more regularly than it already does. Does she hear you say it a bunch? No. No. But she has friends in her phone with like I, I'm not a mom, but does have friends in her phone with like the titles like nigger bitch and like goon slave and shit like that. Like I think Zoomers are just inevitably fucked. They can't write a whole sentence in response to reading something from a book they all have to read in their fucking grade collectively. She could barely write a paragraph about a chapter, right? Well, I do say them. It's also about semantics, the company you're keeping. Like, I don't think anybody's gonna be stumbling across my stream anytime soon. And it's like, whatever, I'm a full grown woman without a job. What are you gonna do? Come kill my cats? That says more about you than it does about me. You know, I'm not afraid of weaponized autism. Ugh. But, like, I don't know. I shut down my immunity as she went out yesterday with somebody who was sick recently, and now I think I'm getting sick too. So if I die, if you never see me again, feel free to write gamer words on my grave. Because fuck society and fuck word suppression, expression suppression. Does she know about my channel? Yeah, but she doesn't give a fuck. Everything I do is cringy in her eyes. Right? She hates everything I do. She's 15. No one's killing bangers. Alright, so if one person pulls out, 5 more will come to protect the bangers. Ugh. Okay. So yeah, if I die, it's because I voluntarily take medication to shut off my immune system. Hopefully it doesn't get too annoying. If I'm too sniffly or whatever, I'll probably bail. But I just want to get some of this shit done. We're 22 hours. 2:22. Angel number. Who's having spiritual psychosis right now? What does that mean? Somebody let me know. Okay. I need the game capture. Okay. Specific window. The window. Pacow. To be. Ting. The bell. So we know the bell is like a cleansing instrument. She was trapped inside for like years. How do I? Give me a second. I don't know how to set up scenes and shit. Well, I do. I can't be fucked to do it. So I didn't. I gotta move this shit. Too far. Okay. I'm figuring it out, okay? Give me a second. Game capture. Bam! Oh, I gotta put it behind subs and all that. Yippee! It's pretty chaotic with the cute music and then like the demonic, ominous bing bongs in the background. Ugh. If you die, I'll call the cops. Holy. Yeah, spiritual psychosis is holy. Some believe it is a message from God themselves. She's gonna write a manifesto. I mean, I talked to her. See, the difference between people who do those sort of things, like spree killings and whatnot, they don't get talked to by their parents. I actually talked to her. I check in on her. I notice different changes in her behavior. Like, she's not gonna end up being like the Danny Phantom killer or whatever his name is. Make myself louder? Okay. And I could probably make this quieter too. Testing. Okay. IwaiHime. We're gonna stop talking about my kid sister. She's got the consequences lined up. I can't police her thoughts. I can accept that. I did give her a scolding. I did sit her down and I told her the reason why she's being punished, why she should be grateful for getting an easier sentence, and why she should watch her ass because they're going to be following her because she's forever going to be in their eyes that one kid that wrote that word in that specific setting. Like, it's so hard to defend that as not being hate speech, no matter how close you are with the individual of which you stuck the sticky note to, you know? What is this game about? It's like a harem anime love triangle thing, but it's like a cursed love that's lasted thousands of years. And yeah, demons and cults and a lot of Japanese folk lure type deals. Sick girl, emotionally, physically attached to the well-being of a doll and all that. You know, that all song and dance. It's Ryukishi, I believe, 07, the creator of like Corpse Party and Higurashi and Umineko. We're gonna fuck some deer girls. Actually, no. I don't think we do the fucking. So far, we've only been raped. I don't think it's ever been consensual. Alright. Let's do her tour. Let's do her tour. I have not played in so long. The 4th of February, is that true? Is that the last time I played this game? Damn, the 4th of February, I guess. 20 days. Holy shit. Hi, Michael. Welcome. Okay. Yes. Princess 9. The sounds of the sports club's practice in the schoolyard after school reached the infirmary. Yet the sound was rendered near melancholic in the near empty school. Is the music too loud? Are we still good? Suzumu and Hinagata were in the infirmary together.
どうすればみんなを救えるんでしょう?
How do we save them all?
呪いのすすを打ち破るほかはないわ。
Our only choice is to destroy the cursed soot.
そして
Yeah, whole month. Holy shit.
すすはらくんにしかできないわ。
I spent most of my month, in my defense, I spent most of my months drinking. And then I played Galgun. And then I played Miku. Like, I did other things. I did like 4 karaokes. I was still here. I was busy. Just a little busy. I just didn't feel like it, okay? I was upset about the story. Anyway. You are probably the only one who can do that. Yesterday, Suzumu and Hinagata had used their Sunday to meet up with Suzumu's father. Bangers, I don't want you on my desk right now. I'm so sorry. They'd gone to learn about the roots of the Susahara Divine Tribute style. But more than anything, they'd want to see his power. It went without saying, but with Mr. Susahara being the current master of the Susahara Divine Tribute style, he would be far better versed in it than Suzumu, logically speaking. Thus, they were hoping that he had had the power to destroy the hauntings, stronger than Suzumu's anyway. Hinagata was also a descendant of the sacrifice that to the cursed soot. Bleh. She would be able to tell if he possessed such power. But unfortunately, it seemed Mr. Susahara had no longer had it. Oh, what? How's the sound? I demand an answer. The people's spiritual defenses increase with age. Why is it going the other way? But put another way, you can say one's spiritual channels fall out of sync the older they get. It's easy for those channels to sync up with the spirits during adolescence,
which is why even average people can be prone to hauntings. Thank you. But those channels gradually tune out as the years pass. Perhaps it could be likened to hearing. People stop hearing spirits' voices the older they get.
ススハラ君のお父さんはきっと若かった頃には素晴らしい力を持っていたと思うわ。
I believe your father must have possessed an amazing power when he was your age.
でも今はもう
But by this
お
point,
父さんに助けてもらえばあっさり解決ってほど甘くはなかったのね。
this would be over in a jiffy if your father could help, but in reality it isn't so
その
convenient.
代わり今のススハラ君は霊的な意味で言えばまさに脂の乗ったお年頃というわけでもあるわね。
On the plus side, you're at the perfect age right now, spiritually anyway.
僕にしかできない。
Only I can do it.
ええ、あなたが呪いのすすを払える唯一の希望よ。
Yes, you're the only hope for wiping out the cursed soot. Guh?
霊障を和らげられる人間の存在など私の知る限りの古文書には一度も登場しない。
In all the ancient documents I read, there wasn't a single person who could ease the
あなたは
hauntings.
紛れもなく六神彦の命の呪いが始まってから1000年来のイレギュラー。
You are without a doubt an anomaly in the 1,000 years since Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto's curse began.
僕が1000年の呪いを終わらせる。
I will put an end to this curse.
それが使命のような気がするんです。
I feel like that's my duty.
すすはられる親善武術。ひょっとしたら本当にそのために存在するのかもしれないわね。
Perhaps the Suzuhara divine tribute style truly exists for that purpose. Hinagata was currently deciphering the ancient writings she'd borrowed from Mr. Suzuhara. Tsubakiko's family, the Harumiyas, were related to the Suzuharas and lived in Susuda for generations. So there was a high probability the Suzuhara's ancient ancestors had a connection to this land. Every New Year's, it was tradition to punch the temple bell with Suzuhara's divine tribute style. And the Shintai house in Iwaimoto Shrine was a temple bell. It all lined up with the legend of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto's curse.
私は確信しているわ。
I am sure of it
すす
now.
はら君のご先祖様はこの地に住んでいたのよ。
One of your ancestors once lived in this
そして
land.
六神彦の命の呪いを解くために親善武術を生み出したんだわ。
And they created the divine tribute style in order to break the curse of Rokugami no Mikoto.
僕の家の名字がすすは
Like a tongue twister. My family name is Susuhara. Drive the soot away.
え、やっぱりその名前は偶然じゃないのよ。
Yes, that name is clearly no
あなたは
coincidence.
六神彦の命の呪いのすすを
You're gonna
払
make
う
me
ことを
say it
使命
again.
とした一族の間違いない。
Okay. You are a descendant of the clan who made their duty to drive away the cursed soot of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto. Nailed it! Suzumu gripped his fist tightly with the newfound purpose and resolve. That was the sound of his fist clenching. Bro's got really dry, ashy hands.
この学
Bro
校に
needs some
生
lotion.
贄の末裔がすべて揃い、すすを払うことを名に持つあなたが転校してきた。
All the descendants of the sacrifice are in this school, and you, who bears the name Drive Away Soot, transferred here as well.
平安時代頃より始まった
We
呪
are
いが
gathered for a reason.
今のおそらく1000年目。
It's probably been exactly 1,000 years since the curse
その
began.
1000年目にこれだけの偶然が揃う。
All of these events have lined up to this year.
運命だと思います。
I think it must be fate.
同感よ。
I agree.
そして1000年目を
I
迎
agree,
え
I agree, I agree.
トエちゃんの体に封じられたすすももはや限界。
The soot sealed in Toei's body is already at its limit after those 1,000 years.
呪いのすすが放たれ、この地に恐ろしい災いが降りかかるのか、
Will the cursed soot be released, unleashing terrifying calamity on the land?
それとも
Or...
僕がこの呪いを終わらせます。
I will put an end to this curse. Believe it!
まだ未熟で その力はないけれど。
I may not have much experience, and I don't have the power I need
必ず
just yet, but
それを身につけてみせます。
I swear I'll learn it. Believe it! Suzumu had borrowed the Susahara Divine Tribute Style book of secrets from his father. For the first time in his life, Suzumu was aiming high not because of training told him to, but because he wanted to. Once he saw this, his father had realized Suzumu's divine tribute style had entered the final stage towards completion. What does that mean? His training would become even more special from this day onward. Suzumu would learn the heart of the secret text and perfect his technique.
もちろん鈴原君に全てを任せて高みの見物なんてつもりはないわ。
I don't plan to just sit back and let you take care of everything, of
私も
course.
呪いのすすについて様々な古文書から研究を続けてるわ。
I'll keep looking into these old writings and continue my research into the cursed soot. It wasn't like the infirmary was always busy. Hinagata would continue deciphering the ancient writings during the slow hours. Perhaps she'd find a clue to destroying the soot in them.
これは仮説だけれど、フラッシュバックという心理現象を知ってる？
Look at how much hope they have. I hope they all die in the end. This is just a hypothesis, but are you aware of the psychological phenomenon known as flashbacks?
フラッシュバック。
No, what are they? You
ト
know
ラウ
what
マ
they are.
体験
Fuck
が
off.
突然
Fuck
鮮
off.
明に蘇る現象。
15 years old. I don't know what a flashback is. Fuck you. It's when you suddenly remember traumatic experiences as clear as
そのメ
day.
カニズムはまだ完全には解明されていないけれど、霊障だと仮定すると説明がつきやすいの。
Though the mechanisms behind them haven't been fully clarified, they're easy to explain if you assume that they're hauntings.
トラウマ体験。
Speaking of spiritual
心的外傷は
psychosis,
心の霊的な防御をすべて貫通して
what the
いたと
fuck is a kilometer? Let's think of traumatic experiences, in other words, psychological scars, as wounds that completely penetrate the mind's spiritual defenses.
トラウマ体験そのものが霊障だとしたなら、それはつまり霊の攻撃が心に至り残り続けているということ。
If that traumatic experience itself was a haunting, then it would mean the spirit had reached the victim's mind and then remained there.
人の心に霊の悪意が突き刺さったままになっているということですか？
So you're saying that the malice of those spirits remains embedded in those people's minds?
そういうこと。そしてそれが可能してフラッシュバックという霊障を起こし、犠牲者を苛み続ける。
Exactly. There they fester, causing the hauntings we know as flashbacks that continue tormenting the victim.
何が言いたいかというと、人の心は霊的存在の規制対象なんじゃないかってことなの。
What I'm getting at is, the mind may very well be a target for spiritual parasites.
もちろん仮説に仮説を重ねた先生の空想なんだけれども。
Of course, these may all just be wild delusions of a teacher obsessed with these kind of hypotheses.
呪いの進もまた霊的な存在ならば、それはおそらく心に寄生していると思うの。
But if the cursed soot is also a spiritual entity, then I believe it parasitizes the mind.
そしてそれは霊的防御を貫通していたった心的外傷に根ざしている。
And that it has its roots in emotional trauma that penetrated spiritual defenses.
心の傷と呪いのすすに関係があるということですか？
Does that mean there's a connection between mental trauma and cursed soot?
心の傷は一般的には時間が癒すと言われてる。
Well, the whole purpose is
それは
to have
霊的
to
防
like
御に
force
上昇
these
するの
girls
が
to have
規則
babies before their soot expires. Like every girl who's ever been a holder of the soot had to be raped into having a baby to pass the soot on before she died. And they were always like 14 or 15 when that happened. So of course trauma is tied to it. It's like intergenerational rape trauma. Whoa. Most people say mental trauma heals with time. That lines up with how spiritual defenses strengthen with age.
私は自分の体験も重ねて考えてみて、
But when I consider my own
呪いの
experience,
すすは 人の心の傷の中に住み着いていると考えているの。
I believe the cursed soot settles in emotional trauma.
つまりカウンセリングによる悩み相談とかでアプローチする方法もあるかもねってことなの。
Is that why she made it to 30 and not died? She's one of the soot bearers too. She went to therapy, so it extended her life. She was the first one to go to therapy. Oh boy. In other words, getting therapy or something may very well be another valid approach. Suzumu would aim to drive away the cursed soot through divine tribute style he trained in. Meanwhile, Hinagata would aim to heal the roots of the cursed soot by using psychotherapy.
まるでススハラ君が西洋医学で私が漢方医学ね。
It's like you're a doctor of Western medicine while I'm a doctor of traditional medicine. I think it's the other way around, bro.
僕は呪いを直接叩き、先生が根底から治す。
I will fight the curse physically and you'll heal it from the roots.
挟み撃ちね。
Exactly. A pincer attack. What the fuck? Suzumu and Hinagata would surround the curse from both fronts. They swore to fight back against it for the first time in history. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck you up, curse.
じゃあみんな着
Oh,
席して
teacher
ね。
voice. Hi, kids. Okay, kids, take your seats.
次の日曜日には清掃
She
活動を
puts
行い
on
ま
such an act
す。
for the kids. It's so cute. We'll be doing some cleanup work next Sunday.
おいさっさおいらはやっぱお掃除が一番心が落ち着くね。
Roger that. I feel at my calmest when I'm cleaning.
リリアちゃんは来られるの？やっぱりお仕事？
Can you make it too, Lydia? Do you have too much work?
学業も部活も両立できてこそ女子高生アイドルだと思いますので。
I wouldn't be a high school idol if I couldn't balance school life and work. There she is, doll wife. Doll wife, doll wife. Toei goes, huh?
トイちゃんも体調が良かったらぜひ来てね。
Come along if you're feeling well enough, okay, Toei? God. She's so brain dead.
へへ、俺様の
This is my king.
グレートなほうき技が見せられそうだぜ。
I will show you all of my great homebrew skills.
ススハラ、
Suzuhara?
ごめん、ぼんやりしてた。
Oh, sorry, I zoned out. On the outside, the LCSC looked harmonious. But all of them were suffering. And it wasn't just them. Many others had suffered in the thousands of years it taken to reach this point. I swore I'd put an end to it. I'd bring back their smiles, every last one of them. Toei has got a singular brain cell and it's inside the doll. The book of secrets I'd borrowed from my father didn't have anything so awe-inspiring inside, like one might have expected based on the name. It was just everything he'd taught me since I was a child. But the basics of the basics were likely secrets in and of themselves.
親善武術は武術なれど戦う術にあらず。
I thought it is a form of martial arts. The divine tribute style is not for fighting. Or though it is. Whatever. Rob Schneider Core. Hi, J-Man. Welcome, welcome. And its fist was not for violence.
カイスは金を割った。だから拳を強く固く鍛えるのが目標と誤解しやすい。
The founder broke a bell. Therefore, the common misconception that the training's one's fist is to be powerful is one's fist to be powerful is the goal. Fuck.
違う。
Maybe I
金
need
が割れたのは
coffee.
結果であって目的じゃない。
But that's wrong. The breaking of the bell was the result, not the goal.
カイソは金を割るために撃ったんじゃないんだ。神に報じるために撃った。
The founder didn't punch to break the bell. He punched to dedicate his fist to God. But what did that even mean in its core sense? Did it refer to the ancient definition where people would present their yields to their gods and thanks for the blessings?
神前武術は怒りで打つんじゃない。
The divine tribute
処方の処方
style.
だ。
The divine tribute style is not to be used in anger. Those fundamentals are key to understanding
僕は
it.
今まで無心で打つものだと思ってきた。
I thought that meant punching with a clear mind up until now. But that was a part of the process, not the destination. I would advance to the new stage from now on.
覇者検証。邪悪を破りて正しきを示す。
Haja Kensho. Crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path.
そしてそれがなされることを神に感謝しよう。
And in doing so, offering your thanks to God. Dedicate the fist. Offer thanks and dedicate. It was strange. Up until now, I'd felt heat in my fists, but something was different this time. I felt heat in the core of my body, like there was a tree growing from my stomach. I knew then I'd take my first step into the new realm.
鈴原流神前武術。鈴原進。
I am Suzumu Suzuhara, practitioner of the Suzuhara Divine Tribute style.
いざ
Now! Yeah! Yeah! Ba-dunk! Yeah! Dunk! Oh, wife! Those working in the shrine's office bowed when they noticed Toei returned from school. Welcome home, princess. Toei returned their bows this time, but she clearly wasn't feeling well. She hadn't had any hauntings when she was in the LCSC club room with Suzumu. But once he'd left, they immediately came back with a vengeance. Oh, she said. Toei gripped her abdomen and looked down for a while. It hurt from time to time, like there was a dry riverbed in her stomach with giant boulders rolling around. The pains had been coming without notice these days, and they grew worse each successive time. Toei knew from the ancient writings what those pains signified.
もう限界なのか。
I'm already at my limit. The sacrifice who'd been subjected to the quintuplet spell had also complained of pains like a giant boulder rolling in her stomach. This pain likely indicated the soot inside her had hit its limit. But the quintuplet spell had been lost. All she could do was endure the pain, hold off the curse as long as possible, and have a child as soon as she could. Rape, 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 rape. She's so cute, right? And they're like the sweat droplets and stuff. Hey Tet, what's up, brother? It hurts.
お嬢さん大丈夫ですかしっかり
Are you alright, Toei? Hang in there. Go, away. Ugh. Go away, ugly.
誰か手をお嬢さんがまた体調を崩された
Bro, she hit the floor. Full on tunk. Someone help. Toei collapsed again. Again? Oh, cult dream. Come over here, mountain deer, mountain deer. I cannot, for there's demons over there. Make a helmet from a pot, mountain deer, mountain deer. I cannot. For my antlers, I fear. Make covers with your cover, mountain deer, mountain deer. I cannot, for I'm sooty, I fear. I want that child.
あの紅茶から
Whatever child do you mean?
相談しましょう
Let us have a chat. What are they
そうし
talking
ま
about?
しょう
Yes. Let us. Let us. 3 human-like figures with antlers danced in the doll ritual tool shed, which was naturally packed to the gills with dolls. Then they came to a sudden stop and quietly sat down.
はてさて相談とは何か姉上様
Well now, what do you wish to discuss, sister? Another human-like figure with antlers appeared in the center of them.
我のすすは十分にたまり、いよいよ木を迎えたり。
I have gathered enough soot. The time has come.
おめでとうござい
Ooh,
ま
nice
す
face.
姉上様
Congratulations, sister.
おめでとうござい
Ooh,
ま
a
す
nice face.
人鬼どもにこの世の地獄を
Congratulations, the man-demon's face shall face the hellfire they so long deserved.
なれど、これしきでは足りぬ。
He must have had some sort of significant event growing up in a tool shed. That's why we always end up back here. However, this is hardly sufficient.
と申されますと
What do you mean?
我ほどに蓄えしすすをもってしても、
The amount of soot I have gathered
兄上様たちのご無念を晴らすにはまるで足りぬ。
is hardly enough to bring our siblings' souls peace. A silence descended upon the room. 1,000 years was hardly a short time to gather enough soot to lay vengeance on the humans, even for them. It would have been agonizing to wait longer to exact their revenge, even for the manifestations of the curse.
姉上様一人ではありませぬ我らが後に続きまする
You're not alone, sister. We shall finish what you started.
我ら4人夜旅の災いが起こせまする
With the 4 of us, we can bring about 4 calamities.
それでは手ぬるい。
That would be far too lenient.
では姉上様のお考えは
The greed and the hubris of humans knows no bounds. That's what we get for eating delicious venison. Nom 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 nom. Then, what do you propose, sister?
我らのすすを一つに集めたい。
I wish to combine our soot as one. Orgy.
ささやかな災いを夜旅起こしたところで、たかが知れたこと。
Causing 4 meager calamities would amount to little.
人鬼どもの嘆きを天を越えて轟かせるには。
If we were to make the man-demon's lamentations roar through the heavens.
我らのすすをす
We'll
べ
close
て
chat
集
because they're
め、
cute.
この上なき災いをもたらすより他はない。
We have no choice but to combine our soot and bring about a calamity beyond all precedent.
お気持ちはわかりまするが災いの日を待つのは我らも悲願
Your lament is mine, sister, but we have also eagerly awaited our day of
我
wrath.
らもまたその日を夢見て流れてきたのでございまする
For ages we have too dreamed of the day our vengeance would come to fruition.
我らのすすそうそうは手放せません
We cannot part with our soot so readily.
なれど我らの目的は人鬼たちを注視兄上様たちのご無念をわずかでもお慰めすること
However, our objective is to observe the man-demon's agony and assuage our siblings' tormented souls as much as possible.
姉上様の仰せになることが最もその目的にかなうのであれば
If our sister's ambition will serve that purpose,
悲願の火を姉上様に託すことも やぶさかではありません。
Then I see no reason not to entrust our revenge to her.
それで良いのですか、姉上様。
Is that truly what you wish, sister?
我らは神の呪い、神を慰めるための存在。
We are the divine curse. We exist to soothe the gods' pain.
決して我らが報いを求めてはなりませぬ。
We shall seek no reward.
そなたは
Is she
どういう気
rebelling?
力？
She's always the rebellious one, I tell you. Are you in accord as well?
夜旅の災いよりもすべてをすすだきし災いの方が兄上様をお慰めできるのならば。
If a calamity of the union of our soot may ease our brother's soul greater than 4
我も
calamities,
同意いたしまするが条件が一つ。
then I too am in accord under one condition.
聞こうぞ。
Name it.
すべてをすすだきて災いを起こすというならば、あれのすすは無視できません。
If we were to gather our soot together for maximum devastation, well, shh. Then we cannot ignore soot lying around him.
陸奥の末裔、すすはらす
Got
ず
a
む
random alert.
すすか。
You refer to the soot of Mutsu's descendant, Suzumu Suzuhara, yes?
さようです。陸奥の末裔。
They need to corrupt me to do their
あれのすすは
plan.
強く。
Ooh, I'm gonna get corrupted. Ooh.
この上なく多い。
Ooh. Indeed, the Sutsumutsu's descendant is stronger, thicker, and greater than any other. You better believe it's thick as fuck.
すべてをすすだきし、
Long, too.
この上なき災いと仰せられるならば、あれは決して無視できませんぞ。
If our desire is to gather all the soot to bring about unparalleled calamity, then by no means can we disregard that.
あれほどすすが多いものは実に久しい。
It's truly been ages since I've seen someone with such soot.
見逃すにはあまりに惜しい。
It would be a shame to just let it go.
無論、すすが大いに越したことはない。
The more soot, the better, of course.
スズムのすす、見逃す手はありますまい。
We would be fools to overlook it.
さようです。なれば姉上様。
Indeed. Thus I wish to ask of you a boon, sister.
我らすべてのすすを集め、災いを起こす役目。
What say you to the proposition that the one who obtained Suzumu Susuhara's soot
すすはらすずむのすすを得たものということにされてはいかがか。
shall be the one to gather all the soot and bring forth the calamity? Oh my god, they're placing bets. The gods are gambling. Gamba, let's go.
姉上様、
What do you say, sister?
我らは神の呪い。誰がそれを振るう役目になったとて、悲願の達成に変わりはありません。
We are the divine curse. Regardless of who takes that role, our ambition shall be fulfilled all the same.
それならば、張り合いがあるというもの。
Then I suppose that would make this a competition.
公平な条件ならば、誰にすすだくことになろうとも、お恨みはいたしません。
As long as we compete fairly, we shall have no cause to begrudge the winner, no matter who she may be.
いかがか、姉上様。
The wind is very chill. What say you, sister? Sisters?
我に異議はなし。姉上様や、いかに。
I have no objections. And you, sister?
よかろうぞ。
So be it.
すすはらすずむのすすを得た者に、我らのすべてをすすだく。
The one who obtains Suzumu Susuhara's soot shall gather our soot in return. Many things.
面白きかな。久々に胸が高まりまする。
This is quite a surprise. It's been a long time since my heart beat with such zeal.
だが、ご油断召されるな。
But do not let your guard down.
我らが何を恐れると。
What have we to fear?
すすはらすずまに油断召されるな。
Do not let your guard down around Susumu Susahara.
あれはもう目覚めている。
He's already awakening. But what does it mean? They're gonna eat my soot. Ooh. Bringer of calamity. Oh. Who should I give my soot to? Oh, Toei is not an option. What? No. Toei is not an option. I'll do a hard save too. My first hard save of the game. This is the first choice. Okay, so we have idol girl with body dysmorphia. We have my cousin who's in love with me with a delinquent past. And we have the daft airheaded girl senpai who's smaller than me but also wants to help everyone but is super poor. That's what I remember about their characters. What do you think, chat? 1, 2, or 3? Huh? 1, 2, or 3? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I think I need to get past this to unlock Toei getting to be the one who brings forth calamity. Unless I could just start on one end and move my way over. I don't know. I would like to see. The cousin is my favorite though. She has the most interesting personality. I kind of want to save her for later. Should we do Alice? Alice had the least interesting in my opinion. I'm assuming nobody cares. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna click it. Kanai Minobe. Yeah, you agree. Okay. Oh, she turned pink. Click. Click. Oh, we're back in Wonderland, baby. Glory to do nothing these days. Cheers. Cheers.
紅茶って乾杯って言ってから飲むものだったっけ？
Do we really have to say cheers when we're just here drinking tea? I'm meeting the Mad Hatter. Well, you see, that nonsense monger Libby Errol once gave us a grand speech. To say cheers would only admit that we need cheering. So let's toast down the hatch instead. And then she shouted, "Kanpai!" Yak, yak, yak. Hoi, 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 hoi. Huh?
よくわかんないよ。
I don't get it. I came across the Hatter and the Rabbit having a tea party during a stroll through the Arkanai Minobe Kingdom. They would always drink tea in whatever spaces they could find in the thicket of the giant mushrooms. The pair held their elegant tea parties on a large table covered by a tablecloth. I would join in on them if I ever happened to cross one. Whoever said working is for chumps was a genius. Neat pride, baby. Working is nothing more than slave labor. You trade all your freedom and dignity for little slips of green paper. Working's for chumps. Working's for chumps.
さ、普通は働かなきゃ食えないよね。
Yeah, but you kind of have to work to
おい
eat.
らもあんたらみたいに毎日お茶会できるような身分になりたいよ。
I wish I were in a position to have tea parties every day like you guys.
働かなきゃ食えないのは平民どもだけ。
Only commoners have to work to eat.
平成日本には働かなくても食えるお貴族様というものがあるんだよ。
Say hey, say ho. No one starves if they're a noble, though. Modern Japan still has plenty, you know?
いいね。どうやったら貴族になれるわけ？
Boy, that sounds nice. How did you become a noble?
自分の部屋に閉じこもってネットしてるだけ。簡単簡単。
Am I a noble? Apparently I've reached nobility status in Wonderland. You shut yourself in a room and surf the internet all day. It's easy as pie.
それってかじれる親のすねがあるうちでしょ？
Or the government. But that's only as long as you have parents to mooch off of, right?
ご両親が食わせてくれなくなったらどうすんの？
What are you supposed to do once they're no longer around to feed you?
親が死んだらその時は俺も死ぬよ。うっしゃしゃしゃ。
If my parents die, then I'll die.
死
Easy.
ぬ前に親の遺品全部売りまくって G1 か FX に全部突っ込んで、
Nice.
負けたら首つる。
This guy's so real. Before I die, I'll sell all my parents' stuff and put it into gambling or stock trading, and then I'll hang myself if things go south.
それ笑えるよ。超笑える。
Oh man, you're a riot.
俺も帽子屋みたいに働かないで永遠にお茶飲んで過ごしたいよ。
I wish I could have tea parties all the time without working like you, Hatter. Whoops.
お金が働かなくてももらえる魔法のパスポートでもあんの？
You got some sort of magical passport that gives you money for free?
まさかまさか。魔法パスは日本人では絶対もら
Hi,
えないよ。
Sparks. Welcome. Not on your life. They'll never give it to a Japanese native.
だって魔法パス取得者のほとんどは日本人じゃないからね。日本に生まれて一番損なのは日本人。
It's only non-Japanese people who get them. Us real Japanese have it the hardest out of anyone in Japan. Oh my god, immigration bad there
日
too,
本
I
を
guess.
日本人の手に取り戻す。日本
Nice.
人への悪口は
Base
綺
hatter.
麗な悪口。言い返せば
Base
ヘイ
nationalist
だっ
hatter.
た。
Japan belongs to us Japanese, but people think it's okay to shit on us. If you try to fight back too, you're gonna get canceled. The Hatter knew a lot of complicated stuff, but sometimes I didn't understand a word he was saying. What I did know is that he was an enviable social status, which permitted him to have tea parties every day. Unfortunately, my Arcanine Minobe kingdom was totally broke. We were basically in permanent bankruptcy. I had to play along with that disgusting Sech King in order to rebuild it.
まああいつ気前はいいんだよね。セッチも弱いし。
Though, I guess he is pretty generous. Plus, he sucks at Sech.
セッチャに勝つとお金をくれるの？
You get money from winning Sech?
うん。私と戦うのが楽しいんだってさ。
Yeah, he says he has fun playing with me.
そりゃあこんな可愛いお姫様と遊べるならお金払っちゃうよね。
Well, duh, I'd pay money to play against such a cute princess.
女子高生はお姫様。ただいるだけで価値がある。
All female high school students are princesses. They are precious, just for existing.
それに比べたら俺たちオスなんざうんこ製造機だね。
Compared to them, we men are just useless shit factories.
なことはないよ。女子がチヤホヤされてるのは若いうちだけさ。
Well, that's not true. Girls only get pampered when they're young.
女子って認めてもらえてるうちに掴むもん掴まなかったら以上にチェックメイトさね。
They're just throwing strays at me non-stop with this hikikomori bullshit. Now this. If you don't snag what you can in your prime, guys checkmate you at every turn.
いいじゃん、チヤホヤしてもらえるんだからさ。
Who cares as long as you can get pampered?
男なんてマジ人生ハードモード。イケメンに生まれなかったら人生丸ごと罰ゲーム。
Seriously, being born a guy is like living on hard mode. Your whole life is punishment unless you're an alpha male. Oh my god, the Mad Hatter's so black
そん
pill.
なことないでしょ。働きもせずに毎日お茶会ができるお貴族様なんて無敵モードっしょ。
Come on, that's not true. Nobles who can hold tea parties every day without working is extra easy mode.
そうそう、俺たち平成貴族。
That's right. We're modern day nobles.
毎日がお茶会。なんでもない非万歳。
Every day's a tea party. Glory to do nothing days. I suppose one couldn't help turning into an idiot when all they did was have tea parties all day. However, I envied them. It wasn't like I wanted to be rich. I just wanted to have stability and peace to be able to have ordinary tea parties every day, just like them. If possible, I also wanted to be a noble free from the burden of work. But the Hatter wouldn't tell me how he became one. Probably got hit by a car and got a settlement payment, perhaps. And the rabbit could only be a shut-in because he had his parents who fed him. The Arcanine Minobe Kingdom didn't have it so lucky. Seriously, what would that guy do when his parents died? Was he really planning on just killing himself? I couldn't do that. I could never kick back and relax knowing it would all go to ruin someday. Well, I guess my only choice is to save up money as best I could.
ねえ帽子や、そろそろもったいぶらずに教えてよ。
Hey Hatter, quit keeping me in suspense.
どうやったら魔法パスもなしに働かずにずーっと食べていけるわけ？
Just tell me how you can keep on eating without having to work or having a magic passport.
それは言えない。貴族の秘密。
Yeah, I can't tell you. It's a noble secret.
親が死んで使い切れないほど遺産がどっさり？
Did your parents die and leave you an infinite inheritance?
親は死んでません。寝たきりです。
My mom isn't dead. She's bedridden.
それを毎日看病して世話してるから、俺すっごい親孝行なんよ。
I watch over her and take care of her every day. I'm such a good boy.
帽子屋は本当に偉いね。帰省してる俺とは大違いだぜ。
Wow, you're so amazing, Hatter. You are far nobler than a leech like me.
せいぜい平民どもは俺を羨ましがるといいよ。
Yeah, that's right, that's right. Lap at my boots like the commoner you are.
エリス姫、紅茶のおかわりは？
Would you like some more tea, Princess Elise?
ストップ。ちょっとおしっこ行ってくる。
No thanks, I'm gonna go take a leak. Just gonna go piss in the woods. True princess activities. Let me guess. You were wondering if there were really a bathroom in the Magical Kingdom's mushroom forest. Well, the answer is yes. See? There's a door in this huge mushroom right here. This door says a bathroom on it, right? Okay then. Gotta take care of my business. Oh, we get a piss break mid-game.
あー、すっきりした。
Did you wash your hands? Ooh, that felt good. Boy, was this refreshing. Nothing like a great outdoors to make you feel alive. Alright, time to go back to that crazy tea party. Truth be told, I was getting sick of their conversation. Besides, they would just make me drink more of that tea. I decided to take a little walk first before returning and saying I'd waged war in that bathroom. She's gonna lie about shitting so she can avoid them. That's so funny. This world is sure a boring place.
だが、それがいい。キリ。
But that's fine. I could take it.
おいらは別に 幸せとかハッピーエンドとかそういうのはどうでもいいんだよね。
It's not like I care about living happily ever after or
た
whatever.
だただ暇で退屈でどうでもいい日常が繰り返せる平和が欲しいだけ。
All I want in life is a life that's normal, boring, and peaceful every day. Wait. That meant I really was a perfect fit for the Mad Hatter and the March Hare's tea party. Why was it the crazy types that always took to me? Was it because I was a good listener? Or did I have the scent that drew them to me?
戻ろう。
Alright, time to head back. I turned around to go back to the party when suddenly I noticed a mushroom with a sliding door. Huh? Was there always a mushroom house there? I was in Wonderland after all. All it took was a little curiosity for a new adventure to begin. Still, it was funny to see something as Japanese as a sliding door here. Upon closer inspection, I noticed something that was further piquing my interest. The edges of the door were duct taped. Normally, you couldn't lock Japanese sliding doors, yet here was a clear declaration they did not want anyone going inside.
これはお宝の予感がするね。
I smell a treasure.
こんなの剥がしちゃえ。ビリビリ。
I'll rip this off like so. And just like that, that cheap packing tape from the 100-yen shop peeled away. It had totally lost adhesivity, making it a cinch to tear off. With that, there was nothing in my way. The treasure was mine. Ugh, it reeks. There's just bags of garbage and corpses. A stale stench leaked out the moment I opened the door. What's more, the floor of the small room was invisible under a thick layer of garbage bags, supermarket bags to be exact, bursting with trash.
お宝の山じゃなくてゴミの山か。
This isn't a mountain of treasure, it's a pile of trash.
でも騙されないぞ。こういうのはダミーって決まってるのだ。
You can't trick me, this is obviously camouflage. I stepped forward, undaunted by the piles of trash. My instincts were screaming to me that there was treasure hidden in that garbage. Only one way to find out what it was.
おそらくはあの帽子屋の貴族のお宝。
This must be the Hatter's treasure.
魔法パスもなく親の遺産も貯金もなくなのに毎日お茶会して過ごせる秘密がきっとここにあるはず。
The secret to how he can have tea parties every day without a magical passport or an inheritance has gotta be in here. So I tossed them all aside. Inside the garbage bags were empty cans of potato chips and snacks, as well as empty convenience store lunch boxes. The stench was caused by sauces and such that had stuck to the lunch boxes.
これ式で見つけるものか。
I won't let this kill my vibe. I threw out the garbage bags one after another until I could finally see the floor. Oh. Well, well, a futon? Why would the Hatter use a bedroom with a futon all laid out under a garbage dump? No, hold on. This futon had to be more camouflage. The secret of the treasure had to be inside. I would finally learn the source of his noble wealth. I bet it's his mom's corpse. I pulled back the covers and found a corpse wearing pajamas. Just then, I heard the Hatter yelling from the front door.
だから大丈夫っすよ。寝たきりなんすよ。全然起きられないんですよ。
I said it's fine already. She's bedridden. She can't get up at all.
上がらせてもらってご挨拶させてもらうことはできませんか？
Would you let us in so we could talk to her? Oh my god, I've breached another man's psychosis delusion.
寝てるのに起こせないっすよ。そんなのダメっす。
I can't let you wake her up. She's sleeping.
ではお顔だけでも
So
拝
he's
見
living
させ
with
て
his
はいただ
mom's
けません
corpse.
か
Social workers? But won't you at least let us see her face?
そんなことできません。母は神経質なんす。そういうのダメなんす。
I can't do that. My mom is highly sensitive. So that's out of the question.
本当にお母さん在宅されてるんですよね。
Your mother really is home, isn't she?
してますよ。だからいるって言ってるじゃないですか。
That's what I've been telling you all this time, yes.
実はですね、親類の方から捜索願いが出てるんですよ。
Well, you see, we've received a missing persons report from one of your
去年
relatives.
からずっと連絡が取れない。
They said they haven't been able to get in touch with her for the last year.
それクソババっすよね。ちゃんと寝てるって何度言ってもわかんないんすよ。
It was that damn old hag, wasn't it? How many times do I have to tell her she's just sleeping?
起きた時に電話を欲しいって言って1年連絡が取れないって。
They said they've asked you to call them when she was awake, yet they haven't been able to speak to her once this whole year.
だから寝たきりでずっと体調が悪いって言ってるっしょ。お袋にはもう電話する元気なんてないの。
Like I said, she can't even get out of bed by herself. She's too sick to talk on the phone.
お母さん、そんなに体調悪いなら病院に通わせてるんだよね。どこの病院？
If your mother is that sick, you must have brought her to a hospital, right? Which one?
お袋は病院嫌いなんで。そんなんどうだっていいっしょ。
My mom hates hospitals, but that doesn't matter.
一頃流行ったでしょ。年金の不正受給問題ね。
Some time ago, there was a series of scandals involving pension fraud.
親の年金を当てにしてる無職の子供が年金の打ち切りを恐れて親の死を届け出ないっていう。
Unemployed children, completely dependent on their parents' pensions, wouldn't report their deaths because they were afraid of losing their money.
それ詐欺じゃないですか。俺そんなことしないっす。失礼っすよ。帰ってください。
You seriously think I'd do something like that? Well, you're wrong. How dare you even suggest it? Get out of here!
ねえお願いしますよ。お顔だけでもいいですから。
Come on, please. Please just let us see her.
うっさいな。帰れって言ってたよ。帰れよ。
Shut up, I told you to leave. Get out!
また明日お伺いしますね。お顔だけでもいいんで。
We'll come back tomorrow then. All we want to do is see her face.
帰れ帰れ帰れ。
Get out, get out, get out! Don't screw with me, don't screw with me. I'm a noble. I don't want to work ever. There's no way I can go to the employment service center. I ain't the dregs of society. What I am supposed to do? Work in it? Work in IT? What am I gonna do? They said they're coming back tomorrow. Even a cop was there. If they have a warrant, then I have no choice but to let them in. Crap. Crap. What do I do? What am I gonna do with my mom's corpse? That cop's onto me. He's gotta be like staking the place out right now. What do I do with the body? I can't hide it. I can cut it up and I can flush it down the toilet. No, I don't want to touch my mom's body. What if I went on a walk and then just never came back? No, they're watching the place. They'll spot me right away. And even if I did hide the body, the cops will find evidence for sure if they search the place. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I finally found some peace and quiet after being bullied all of my life. But now my noble lifestyle is gonna go down the drain. Did you see that room?
ダメだよエリス姫。
That's wrong of you, Princess Ellis.
その部屋は俺の貴族の暮らしの秘密なんだからさ。
That room is the secret to my noble lifestyle.
見てない見てない見てない。
No, I didn't. I didn't see anything.
嘘だろ。
見ちゃっただろ
You liar. You saw it, didn't you? The Hatter's face swelled as tumors emerged like goosebumps. Before long, the skin of his face bulged and rolled right off in chunks. It wasn't just his face. The same thing had happened to his hands, and likely the rest of him as well.
俺さもうどうしようもなくて
There's nothing more I can do.
なんかわかったかも。
I think I knew.
だってあんた灯油臭い。
Because you smell like kerosene. More and more of his skin peeled off like flakes with each second. His rotten flesh then became seared, exuding a foul stench like burning hair. I already understood what had happened. Once he knew he was cornered, he had tried to burn everything down that night. He must have been planning to cover up his tracks with the fire at first. But when he tried to carefully pour kerosene over his mother's corpse, he saw her skeleton for the first time in so long. And when he did, he was like a man possessed. Before he knew it, he was covered from head to toe in the kerosene. And then he flicked the lighter. Swallowed by the flames, he rolled onto the ground in agony as all of his skin burned away. The Hatter wrapped his arms around me. My body was immediately engulfed by the hellfire. My hair was reduced to cinders in the blink of an eye, and my whole body was wrapped in a searing pain. All my skin burst open before it could burn away and started rolling off in clumps. It burns, it burns, it hurts, it hurts. Ow. It seems I'd fallen asleep in a weird position on the sofa, having grown bored of watching TV. My joints hurt. On top of that, I've been having yet another horrible nightmare. Oh, she's in a jersey. Ooh, that's so cute. I feel dizzy. The haze in my head refused to clear up. My eyes were spinning. My stomach churned. Whatever daydream I'd had this time must have been really messed up. It was 7 p.m. My stomach was empty, but I wasn't hungry. Still, though, I had to eat. It didn't look like Mom would be coming home today either. Oh well, I just saved my money on half-price side dishes at the supermarket. I'd never had to keep receipts or give back change. All the money came from my allowance, so the more I could save, the better. I reached out for the mushroom. No, I mean my table? My wallet. It was sitting on it. I'm mixing reality with my daydreams. I don't know why, but it's really bad today. I wasn't hungry, so I thought maybe I'd just go to bed. There was a soft mushroom laying there. It made a perfect bed. Just then, I heard the front door unlocking. It was followed by a buzz and then the flapping of wings. The queen bee. No, I mean, Mom was home. Great. My mind's still in a total haze. Schizo delusion time. The mushrooms were sprouting all over the place. The table, sofa, and TV all turned into springy mushrooms. I could hear my mom talking. It seemed like she wasn't alone. My brain really was on the fritz if I was seeing her as the queen bee. Your absolutely right. You really do speak the truth, Mr. Tanaka.
この世で
Oh, is it
一
gonna be
番
my
尊いのは
stepdad?
家族の愛なんです。
There's nothing more sacred than familiar love. Oh no. I don't want to be his wife.
巷に氾濫する恋愛至上主義に惑わされてはいけません。
You mustn't be deceived by that love for love's sake drivel flooding the streets.
全くその通りです。どうして私は家族の愛にずっと気づか
Or is he
な
like
か
a
ったの
cult
か。
recruiter? You're absolutely right. Why did it take me so long to realize the supremacy of familial love? Welcome back.
かなえちゃん、昨日は帰れなくて本当にごめんなさい。
Oh, Kanae, I'm so sorry I didn't come back home
田
yesterday.
中さんのご家族の皆さんと夜通しでお話ししちゃって。
I spent the night chatting with everyone in Mr. Tanaka's family.
でもね、本当に素晴らしいお話が聞けたのよ。かなえちゃんも絶対に今度は一緒に行きましょうね。
But believe me, when I say it was a wonderful discussion, I'll be sure to bring you along next time, okay?
あと、今日はお母さんちゃんとご飯を作るから期待してね。
I'll be making dinner tonight, so I hope you're hungry.
別にいいよ。今から何か買いに行こうと思ってたから。
You don't have to. I was planning on going out and buying something just now.
聞いて聞いて、今日のご飯は素敵なの。チーズフォンデュって知ってる？
Oh, but listen, tonight's dinner will be a masterpiece. Have you ever heard of cheese fondue?
チーズフォンデュだってお鍋みたいに家族みんなでつついて家族
This
愛
guy's
を感じられるん
brainwashing
で
my
す。
slut mom. Damn, the dick must have been good if she's coming home like this. Cheese fondue is like a hot pot. The whole family gathers around to eat it. The dish is brimming with familial love. It sounds like cult shit.
チーズと家族の愛情でホクホクになろうね。
You'll be stuffing yourself with cheese and familial love before you know it.
そうなんですか。
Taboo.
はあ、それは楽しみです。
You don't say. Sounds
家
great.
族揃っての食事。これぞ
Imagine
家
eating
族愛
just fondue cheese for dinner. That's just like bread and stuff, right? Dip bread and cheese. The whole family eating together. Now that is familial
そして
love.
家族の人数が多ければ多いほど食事も美味しくいただけるのです。
And the bigger the family, the tastier the meal.
全くですわね。田中さんの言う通りですわ。
I couldn't have said it better. You really know what you're talking about, Mr. Tanaka. Personally, I'd be much more relaxed eating on my own than putting up with this nonsense. Oh well, home-cooked meals are the best money savers. Plus, keeping Mr. Tanaka in a good spirits was also important. He was really generous when he was in a good mood. All I had to do was put up with how much he resembled that monstrous caterpillar. Oh, is this where her Sech King delusion came from? The fog just wouldn't go away. Oh, real life Sech King. In her fucking hoarder house. Apparently, Mom was up all night chatting with Mr. Tanaka's family. I was surprised she hadn't gotten tired of it. But as long as she was enjoying herself and it made her happy, I wasn't going to complain. Even now, she was cooking while basking in Mr. Tanaka's lofty ideals. I wrapped my arms around my knees and killed time just staring at the TV.
これね、専門店で買ってきたチーズなの。かなえちゃんもびっくりするわよ。
Look, this is the cheese from a specialty shop. I just know you'll be shocked with how good it is.
田中さんって本当におしゃれなお店をいろいろ知ってるのよ。
Mr. Tanaka knows so many fancy stores.
かなえちゃんの絶対に喜ぶお店も見つけてきたから、今度田中さんの家族もみんなで行きましょうね。
We found this one place I know you'll just adore. So let's all go together with Mr. Tanaka's family next time.
はーい。
Sure.
かなえちゃんはお腹どのくらい空いてる？このくらいで足りるかな？
How hungry are you, Kanae? Is this enough?
あんまり食欲ないんで、そんなに多くなくていいです。
I don't have much of an appetite, so I don't need that much.
そろそろいい感じになってきたと思うぞ。
Hey,
どれど
Pookie.
れ
Welcome. This poor kid, right? Her mom like neglects her for weeks at a time, comes back with a man and tries to pretend mom. Tries to pretend to be not abusive, alcoholic whore mom. It's pretty close to home, man. It should be turning out pretty good right now, so let's have a look. I'm being triggered, chat. I'm triggered by whore mom. Mr. Tanaka grinned triumphantly as he checked the heat level of the portable stove they'd brought just for us. He must have thought that it was his winning smile, but it didn't hit the strike zone. Mr. Tanaka stuck his fork into the French bread that they had cut into cubes and dipped it into the pot of cheese. In my dazed mind, it looked as if though he was sticking in a gecko or something into a mysterious magical cauldron. Mr. Tanaka then brought it to his mouth and bit a chunk of it off.
おいしい。
おいしい。
ほら、かなえちゃんも食べてごらん。
Come on, you should have some too, Kanai. He abruptly held out a half-eaten piece of bread to me. I don't want to eat the one you just fucking ate. Disgusting. Gooey strings of cheese hung from it. To me, it looked like his saliva, disgusting me thoroughly. But I was a tactician, so I put on my $1,000,000 smile and ate it anyway. After all, he'd given me a lot of allowance to keep him in a good mood. I killed my taste buds so I wouldn't have to taste his spit, but it made me feel like I was eating a lump of clay. Disgusting. Disgusting! Let me explain my family circumstances to all you rabbits who aren't in the know. First of all, my father left to subjugate a witch from the north and then never came back. I'm not sure if he died in that battle or went into exile, but whatever. The case is, the queen bee was buried in grief. I just didn't get her. Even though she did nothing but fight with him while he was around, she just started wailing like a baby after he left us. And then one day the Sech King suddenly appeared to her. The Sech King, no, I mean, Mr. Tanaka, was in an enviable position of being prosperous without having to work. It seemed to involve real estate or income or something. At first, I thought she'd gone out and found herself her own little lover, too. Not to be outdone by Dad, but apparently that wasn't the case. From what I could tell, as a woman myself, she displayed no sexual interest whatsoever in Mr. Tanaka. It seemed he exalted the sanctity of familial love or whatever in an attempt to bring the bliss of harmony back to our fatherless house. That seemed to fill the hole in my mom's heart, to the point where she now only truly considered Mr. Tanaka as her family. Mr. Tanaka was quite amiable to the two of us, and encouraged us to see him that way. To me, it was more disgusting than any sexual motives, in a sense. The familial love Tanaka spoke of was treating others and being treated in turn like family, despite the lack of any blood relation. He thought of it as something sacred that not even lovers could infringe upon. Mom was apparently good with that and had no objections to Mr. Tanaka's family, but I couldn't say the same. That was why I found treating Mr. Tanaka like family an utterly revolting notion. Of course, I knew he didn't have any ill will, so I couldn't just reject him outright. What's more, Mom had already found herself a new family she treasured more than Dad. And she was her own person. She had the right to bury the sorrow from her lost love and take a new path in life, however she pleased. So I wanted to honor that and keep my own right to do the same. Thus, I no longer held any particular attachments to this home. It was merely the only place I could stay out of the elements for free. As Princess Ellis, I wanted to leave on a journey as soon as I could. But that required money, so I had to prepare as much as I could. Fortunately, Mom had been leaving me food money ever since she'd started going to Mr. Tanaka's family associations all the time. That, plus the allowance Mr. Tanaka would give me when he was in a good mood, were valuable sources of income. I had my adventurer's bag packed so I could go on a journey whenever. Inside was the minimum I needed to sleep out and all the travel expenses I'd saved up to this point. This bag was hidden in the door containing the water and electricity meters outside of the house, so I could leave home whenever. And once I did, I never wanted to come back again. I had tens of thousands of yen saved up, so I could at least have a decent while before drifting. I could have a decent while if I drifted between manga cafes and friends' houses. But only for as long as a child's allowance could last. It wouldn't be long until I could graduate, and I wouldn't be considered a child anymore. I need more and more money so I could work and find a place to live. That's why my Arkanai Minobe kingdom never had enough money. That was why Princess Alice's quest for gold was still ongoing.
こうして3人で仲良くご飯してるとまるで本当に家族みたいね。
Eating a meal together like this really does make us feel like one big happy family. Oh, I hate her so much.
本当の家族みたい。ああ、そのなんと素晴らしいこと。
I couldn't have said it better myself. It's truly wonderful.
かなえちゃんもそう思わない？なんか和むわよね。
Don't you agree, Kanae? It feels so cozy, doesn't it? Yeah, I guess. Mom and Mr. Tanaka were trying to stress how well the three of us got along. I took the hint and pretended to agree. But in reality, the whole thing made me sick. However, I couldn't let them catch on. So I faked a smile and made a show of enjoying the dry cured ham and whatnot we were having. Fucking deli meats and bread for dinner. Oh boy, not again. My brain really had it out for me today. Am I hallucinating at the table? The house filled with more mushrooms once more. The queen bee went to the river to wash the tableware after dinner. I sat on the sofa to watch TV only for the Sech King to lumber over and sit right next to me. I hate this guy so much. Family get-togethers are so fun. I'm glad to hear it.
警察密着24時間ですね。僕とエリス姫も密着24時間したいですよ。
Oh, it's that show with those cops 24 hours. I wish I could be together 24 hours too. Is he hitting on me? Ew. I'd be damned if I was about to sit shoulder to shoulder watching TV with this creep. So I decided that I'd be the one to make the suggestion today.
ねえ王様、またセチで勝負しようよ。
Hey, Your Majesty, let's have another Sech match.
それは願ってもない話ですよ。
She hallucinates her shitty stepdad as this king of another kingdom in her mind, in her like schizo delusion. And then they play this game where he takes her body parts called Sech. It's just chess backwards. And I have a feeling that might be like assault and not actually a board game, and she's just dissociating to, you know, avoid the trauma or whatever. Oh, that's just what I wanted to hear. Oh, he wants to go have some Sech. Ew.
僕ちん負け続きで悔しいのでまた勉強したんですよ。今日は負けないですよ。
I am tired of losing, so I've been studying up. I will win today. This guy really was all talk. He fell for the same tricks no matter how much he lost. I may not look it, but I am in my golden years. I was obsessed with chess. I'd read all the chess manuals and the master's basic strategy, so I'd never lose to some amateur whose knowledge amounted to only knowing how knights moved. I'm not kidding. He really did think he knew how to play chess just because he understood how the pieces worked. He didn't even know about castling or the en passant until I taught him. That's why I was on the winning streak. And so far, for some reason or another, he treated me like his rival and kept stubbornly challenging me over and over again. What's that? You're saying this was setch, but not chess? Oh well, who cares? They're basically the same thing. Yeah, I heard that people were just dissociating things like UFOs and stuff. Like, I've known people who have gone through those delusions. And, like, they'll have other quirks that go alongside with it, like flinching if you get too close and stuff like that. Like, it piles on. People who don't notice stuff like that, though, must be very self-involved, because it's pretty clear when people are going through it, you know. I won't lose today! If you think you can beat the Setch Grandmaster Princess Elise, then bring it on. I'll bet this much today's match. Ta-da! And then the Setch King clapped, and a giant treasure chest appeared out of the thin air and shook the ground with a thud. It was filled to the brim with gold coins and gems. I was grateful. This would ease the IwaiHime Minobe Kingdom's financial woes. He truly was a modern noble who could feed himself off of unearned income. Of course, because he's a landlord. And he was just always so generous. Oh my, another Setch match? I hate this motherfucker. Look at his zits. His teeth. Jacked up. You've really come around to the Setch King, Princess Elise. The queen bee was brewing sickeningly sweet honey tea. She poured it into 3 mugs of red, yellow, and green. Yeah, seriously. Like a stoplight. On the surface, it was like the 3 of us really were a family. Like we were just having some good old fun after dinner. Alrighty then. I'd take this guy to the cleaners. Yeah, this is a pretty insane OST. It's like circus party. Princess Elise of the IwaiHime Minobe Kingdom will take you on. It's on, bitch. Eh?
Minobe senpai.
Oh, Minobe.
What? 今日ってシャチホコ部あったっけ?
Huh? Do we have LCSC today?
What the fuck?
I'm all of a sudden in school. Hey, if it isn't Suzumu and Natty, did you come to visit?
いや、たまたま通りかかったんで覗いたら先輩の姿が見えたもんで。
Now we were just passing by and decided to check in, and there you were.
先輩お一人ですか?
Are you by yourself? Kanai was the only one in the club room. Yeah, just me.
シャチホコ部は毎日オープンしてるから別に部活の日じゃなくても構わないんだよ。
The LCSC is open every day. It doesn't really matter if we don't have any club activities.
だからいつでもウェルカム。
I fucking love Natsuya. He goes Greato in like almost every sentence. He's perfect. So you're always welcome.
そうだったんですか。先輩は何やってるんですか?
Wow, I didn't know. So what are you doing?
今度老人
It's almost noon. I can have a beer soon.
みたいなことをタマユンが言ってたからさ。
Mayun said that we'll be putting on some kind of show for a retirement home next time.
シャチホコ部で何ができるかアイディア考えてんの。
So I was thinking up ideas of what we could do.
あ、 よかったら付き合ってくれると助かるな。
Oh, you're welcome to join. It'd be a big help.
すいません。今日はデュエルの約束がありまして。
Beer time. It's no longer the morning. It's beer time. Beer time. This is my beer time song. Yippee. Sorry, but I've got a duel scheduled today. Oh yeah, they're also in the Yu-Gi-Oh club. And it's time to do.
結構強いんだ。
You sure do love card games, Natsu. You must be pretty good.
大会とか出ますし、イベントでも武者修行しまくってるっすよ。
I compete in tournaments and go to all sorts of events to hone my skills. He's so cool.
僕も今度大会に連れてってもらうことになってるんです。
He said he'd be taking me to one of those tournaments in the near future.
一緒にグレートデュエリストの道を弓道しようぜ。俺たちで優勝も準優勝も総なめだぜ。
Let's seek the path of the great duelists together. We'll dominate them and win first and second place. He'll be first, of course. So kind of him.
頑張れ。応援してるよ。
Good luck. I'll be rooting
じゃあ
for
すい
you.
ません。もうガキども待ってると思うんで失礼します。
I'm 5 minutes early. I couldn't wait. Ah! Then I'll be off. I don't want to keep you kids waiting either. Later. Goodbye. Natsuya said his goodbyes and ran off in a hurry.
あれ、
Eh?
スズムは行かないの？
You're not going with him?
アイデアを考えるの付き合ってくれると助かるって言いませんでした？
You said you wanted someone to come help you with ideas, didn't you?
ナッチーとグレートデュエリストを目指すんじゃないの？
Aren't you aiming to be a great duelist?
お手伝いさせてください、先輩。
I really like to help you, Minobe. Why is she horrified?
やっぱスズム
Oh,
はいい
it's
子
cute
だな。
expression. Cute face. Cute face. You're such a nice guy,
社
Suzumu.
長コブって6人でしたっけ？どんなことができるかな？
There are 6 of us in the LCSC, right? I wonder what we could do.
お芝居とかどうでしょう？
How about a play? Ooh, a play?
おー、定番が来たね。
Well, I'd figure I'd be hearing that old chestnut.
でも、
The fuck does
ク
that
ロ
mean?
ッチが来るかはわかんないから、
What is
5人でも6人でも対応できるのじゃないとね。
that? The thing is, I don't know if Kuroki will be coming, so it'll have to be something that we can pull off with 5 or 6.
じゃあ黒髪さんは木の役かな？
Kurokami can play a tree then! Oh, imagine her fucking sleepless, brain dead face sticking out of a tree costume made out of like construction paper. So cute!
笑える。他には何かある？
That's hilarious. Any other ideas? That's right. Minobe goes to the club room every day, whether we have club activities or not. I tried asking her about it since it didn't exactly seem like it was out of the passion for the club, but she dodged the question. She's so cute. She's avoiding going home. Oh, baby. I overheard some of the other teachers talking about it.
あの子の家ちょっと難があるらしいの。
You see, it seems she has a somewhat complicated home life.
どういうことですか？
What do you mean?
三者面談で直接話したらしい先生が言うには、お父さん愛人作って行方不明なんだとか。
According to the teacher who handled her parent-teacher conference, her father eloped with his mistress, never to be heard from again.
じゃあミノベ先輩
The witch from the
は
north.
お母さんと2人暮らしなんですか？
So Minobe and her mother live by themselves?
もうちょっと厄介らしいわ。
Not exactly. Kanai's mother, fraught with heartbreak after her loss of her husband, found a man who could fill the hole in her heart, a man who began to frequent the Minobe family home. They said he gave excellent advice on life's problems and helped others with a broken heart. But according to the rumors, he was a con artist who would just make his victims dependent on him, only to take their homes and all of their assets. Decades ago, it had been a popular technique to brainwash the impressionable and initiate them into fishy new religions, only to take all they owned as alms. It applied perfectly to this situation. Just replace religion with family. The heartbroken mothers probably needed him, even if it was a fraud. But in Kanai's eyes, a total stranger was literally making himself at home right where she lived. Even Suzumu, who had been raised lovingly by his parents, could imagine just how painful that was. Why is he gotta flex his nuclear family that has never been divorced? So rude. So uncommon, so rare. He thinks he's special. So, she goes to the clubroom every day because she doesn't want to go home? Most likely.
彼女は高校を卒業したらすぐに就職して一人暮らしがしたいって常々言ってるの。
She's always talking about how she wants to find a job and live on her own as soon as she graduates high school.
いつでも一人暮らしができるように今からお金を貯めてるとも言ってたっけ。
She's also mentioned that she was saving up money so she could move out at any time.
前に椿子ちゃんにこんなことも言ってたっけ。
Once I heard her tell Tsubikiko this. I could live at a manga cafe for several months if I used all of my money. That way, I could leave home before I even graduate. Huh.
Minobe senpaiって
Minobe?
そんなに辛い状況なのに
She has it so rough.
いつもあんなに明るそうに振る舞っててくれたんですね。
And yet she's acting so cheerful.
尊敬せざるを得ないわ。
It's commendable for sure.
でもきっとそれはこらえてるだけだと思う。
But I think she's just trying to put on a tough act.
それが彼女の強さなのか。
I don't know if it's because she truly has that kind of
強
strength.
さを表に出せない気の毒な性分なのかはわからないけれどね。
Or if it's just in her nature to hide the pain as sad as it is. Poor baby.
老人ホームに若者が行くんだからさ、やっぱ若さを前面に出したものにしたいよね。
These old timers don't get to see youngins like us often, so I think they'd like to see something that brings attention to our youth.
前にニュースで老人ホームでプロレスを披露したら好評なんて見たことがあったような。
I saw this thing on the news where they put on a wrestling match at a retirement home. That was a hit, apparently.
面白そうです。
Sounds like fun.
どうしても出し物が決まらなかったら大町でタマユンにプロレス大会を提案してみるかな。
If we can't come up with something, I seriously think we should pitch the idea to Mahi-yin.
僕と夏くんで戦うんですか？
You mean you want to see me and Natsu go up against each other?
そんだけじゃ地味かね。有刺鉄線金網電流爆破マッチくらいやんなきゃダメかな。
You think they're gonna settle for something that basic? We'd need nothing short of an electrified barbed wire cage death match.
僕と夏くんがリングの中央でカードゲーム対決をしてもいいんなら。
Maybe Natsu and I could just have a card game duel in the center of the ring instead?
嘘冗談。仮にプロレスやるならバトルロイヤルじゃないとね。
Relax, I'm just yanking your chain. But if we do have a wrestling match, it'll have to be a battle royale.
オイラもキコチンもリリアンも参戦でリングの上で大乱闘だ。
Lillian and Kiki and I would join in and it will be an ultimate melee brawl.
すっごく楽しそうです。でも本気ですか？
That sounds fun, but are you being serious?
かなり言っててすっごく楽しい気がしてきちゃった。
Dead serious. I got a feeling it would be a blast.
それは一案にして他も考えた方
I'm
がいいと
just
思います。
cranking your hog. Don't crank my hog. Eek. I think we should keep that one on the drawing board and come up with something a little more safe.
そっかな。
You think so?
タマユンこういうのノリノリだと思ったんだけどな。
Mayuhin would be all gung-ho for it if you ask me. Of course she would. She's a fucking psycho.
場外乱闘でパイプ椅子とか投げつけてお年寄りにぶつかったらやばいよね。
Oh wait, I guess it'd be pretty bad if we accidentally threw a folding chair out of the ring and hit one of the old timers. I couldn't tell just how serious she was. Minobe really was just killing time here because she didn't want to go home. That's why she was having so much fun, even with silly things like this.
そういえばさ、スズムンって親元離れてんだっけ？
By the way, you live away from your parents, right?
はい。今はキコちゃんの家にお世話になってます。
Yeah, Kiko's family is taking care of me while I'm here.
うん、キコチに聞いたよ。お家の方針なんだって？
Yeah, Kiki told me. What's the story behind that?
一人暮らしをさせて自立心を養わせるとか言ってますね。
They say living on your own helps cultivate a spirit of self-reliance, right?
小さい頃からずっと言われてたんで、早く一人暮らしがしたいなってワクワクしてました。
That was what my parents told me ever since I was little, so I looked forward to living on my own as soon as possible.
だよね。やっぱ一人暮らしって楽しいよね。
I'll bet. It must be really awesome to live by yourself, huh?
おいらも早く一人暮らししたいな。卒業したらすぐにするんだ。今からすっごい楽しみ。
I want to live on my own ASAP. I'm going to do it soon as I graduate. I seriously cannot wait.
先輩は一人暮らしに憧れてるんですね。
So that's the lifestyle for you, huh?
結局さ、親元にいるうちって殻に守られてる卵みたいなもんだよね。
Darn right. You're like a chick protected by an eggshell when you live with your parents.
それに殻は窮屈。したいこともできないし、好きに羽ばたくこともできない。
And it's so cramped in there, you can't do what you want or spread your wings or anything.
だから人ってさ、親元にいるうちはまだ生まれてさえいないと思うわけ。
So I don't think that you can say you're truly alive while you're still living with your parents.
でも、私はもうすぐ生まれるんだ。今、殻を内側からコツコツと割っているところ。
But it won't be much longer for me. I'm breaking out of my shell right now.
すぐに羽ばたけるように、卵の中の内からいっぱい蓄えたもんね。
I've been storing everything I've got so I can fly away the moment I hatch. Her eyes gleamed with hope for the future. But because I knew about her home situation, I was well aware just how strong she must have been to say these things.
私はもうすぐ生まれて、清らかな翼を思い切り広げるの。
Once I'm born, I can spread my pure wings as far as
そうし
possible.
て、自分だけの力で羽ばたく世界はどんなにも綺麗で広いのかなって。
And then I'll fly away all on my own. I can't imagine just how big and beautiful the world must be.
ちょっと声も入っちゃった。キモくてごめん。
Oh, wow, that turned into a poem right there. Sorry for getting all mushy.
いえ、全然。むしろすごく尊敬しました。
I don't think it's mushy at all. In fact, I thought it was really admirable.
僕は
Oh,
そんな先輩をずっと応援してますから。
I'll always be cheering you on.
だから何
She
かあっ
wants
た
my
ら
soot. She's a
いつで
demon
も
bitch
頼っ
who
てくだ
wants
さ
my
いね。
soot. That's all this is. This isn't anything real. She just wants to kill me. So please, feel free to come to me anytime you need anything.
ありがとう。スズムンは本当にいい子だな。
You really are a nice guy, Suzumun. Thank
家
you.
電店とかで売ってたら間違いなく一家に一台欲しいね。
If they sold you in an appliance store, you'd be an all-in-one machine for sure.
先輩は
Oh, fuck this happened.
明日も部室に来てますか？
Will you be coming to the club room tomorrow too?
おいらは模範的部長さんだからね。毎日来てるよ。
I'm the greatest club president that there ever was. So yeah, I'm here every day.
じゃあ僕も毎日来てお手伝いをします。
Then I'll come every day to help you out.
それは嬉しいけど、スズムンってほら、毎日修行とかしてるんじゃなかったっけ？
That'd be a huge help, but I thought you were training or something?
暗くなってからでも修行はできるので全然問題ないです。
I can train after it's dark, so that won't be a problem.
スズムンが袴姿で修行してるとこ、私もいつか見てみたいな。
I'd love to see you training in the evening breeze someday.
面白いものじゃないですけど、よければいつでも。
It's not all that interesting, but you're welcome to come watch anytime.
じゃあぜひ今度、絶対ね。約束。
Then I swear I'll be there for the next time. It's a promise. Yippee!
やっぱりムーンスートの王子様は素敵だね。
The Prince of Moonsoot really is such a dreamboat. I stretched my legs out on the bouncy mushroom and looked up at the clouds and the blue sky. Oh, the Prince of Moonsoot means Sizamoon. It's embarrassing, so don't you dare make me say it twice. Moon came from moon in Sizamoon, and soot came from the English word for susu. Hence the Prince of Moonsoot.
もうすぐこの王国からも旅立てる。
I'll be able to leave this kingdom soon.
そしたらムーンスートの国に行きたいな。
And when I do, I want to go to Moonsoot. I wonder if Kiki would let me rent a spare room in one of her family apartment complexes for cheap. If I got a part-time job, I could probably live there on my own. If possible, I wanted to live near my prince.
おいらはカモトとブルキないからわかるんだ。
I'm not gonna play dumb. I know what's up.
恋してるよね。
This must be love. Honestly, I'd never been attracted to the flesh and blood man until I turned this age. I found those pretty boys in mangas hot when I was in middle school, but I'd never seriously been in love. Even so, I knew what this feeling was.
一緒にいてとっても安らぐ。
I feel so at peace when I'm with him.
今日の部室みたいなあんな時間こそが
Whenever I spend time with him like I did today.
おいらの居場所ってそんな気がする。
I really feel like I belong. I needed money if I was gonna make that dream come true. For a few tens of thousands of yen is merely a child's allowance. I needed a way to make about 100,000. And just then, I heard the lumbering footsteps accompanied by that annoying laugh approaching from the mushroom thicket. Ugh. Hey, I found you, Princess Alice.
いや、セチの王様じゃん。
Oh, well, if it isn't the Such King.
女王蜂は一緒じゃないの？
What, the queen bee isn't with you today?
家族会が盛り上がってるみたいなんで、僕ちんが代わりに来たのですよ。
Oh, ew, he came here without my mom. Gross. No. She seems to be having a blast at the family association, so I'm here in her place.
誰か家族がいないと一人ぼっちじゃ寂しいですよね。
People get lonely without family around, don't they? I wasn't looking for family, not with him at least.
お天気ですね。お紅茶でも飲むですか？入れて死んでるですよ。
He's gonna drug me. He's gonna drug me. No. Nice weather, isn't it? Would you care for some tea? I could brew some up.
そりゃどうも。
Thank you. There wasn't any real rhyme or reason to it, but I'd always found the Such King flat out disgusting. I felt that deep within my gut, so there wasn't a feature on him I could even view positively. For example, while Mom thought he had a funny face, I thought it was gross. Mom thought he had sturdy body, but then I thought he looked like a whale. Even so, that didn't overshadow his generosity. Those tens of thousand yen bills, or 10,000 yen bills, were incredible.
家族会っていつもよくそんなにおしゃべりするネタがあるもんですね。
I'm surprised they still have anything to talk about at those family associations.
みんなかなえちゃんのお母さんと同じで悲しい傷を乗り越えて家族になったのですよ。
Much like your mom, all of them have overcome painful past and become the part of the
お
family.
母さんの心の痛みは同じ痛みを知る者にしかわからないです。
Only those who suffered as much as she can truly understand the pain she carries.
そうして人は新しい家族になっていくのでちゅよ。
That's how new families are formed. These family associations are gatherings of people much like us. Divorced or bereaved people plagued by the great emotional turmoil to whom Mr. Tanaka had also appeared in their darkest hours. He would then preach to them about familial love, tell them to join his new family, and then invite him to live with him at his house. Actually, went there one time. However, something just wasn't right about it. Everyone smiled from ear to ear, but when Mr. Tanaka turned his back to them, they'd all get this strange, lifeless look in their eyes. Though they were all beaming when Mr. Tanaka was around, something felt wrong with them when he wasn't. No, even their smiles seemed somewhat gloomy. They were all pale-skinned, as though they'd been ages since they'd last seen the light of day. And besides, why did the house always smell so rotten? How did Mom never notice that chill that rose all the senses? Ever since I noticed it, Mr. Tanaka's smile started feeling a bit creepy. Oops! I couldn't be saying that bit out loud. I had to be friendly with my chief source of income. For all the allowance from Mr. Tanaka's wallet would become my travel funds for the day I embarked on my new adventure.
今夜のディナーは僕ちにお任せでちゅよ。もうオーダー済みなのでちゅよ。
Leave tonight's dinner to me. I've already placed an order. That sounded like he ordered pizza. Personally, I wasn't much of a fan. Not like any dinner I had all alone with this guy would taste good anyway. Those thoughts were racing through my mind, but I would never let it show. I was a master of hiding my emotions, if I said so myself. Just then, the Sech King brought over my mug as he spoke in an uncharacteristically down-to-earth tone.
女王は僕ちんとエリス姫の3人で仲良し家族って言ってるでちゅが。
The queen was saying that she thought the three of us were like a happy family.
エリス姫にはきっとそれはちょっと押し付けになっちゃってるんじゃないかな。
However, I get the sense that you feel like she's forcing that idea onto you. Huh?
僕ちんと女王は家族みたいな気持ちで和んでるでちゅが。
The queen and I are like family. That thought brings comfort to us.
それをエリス姫にまで押し付けるのは、僕ちんはどうかと思ってるでちゅ。
But I don't know if we should be impressing that onto you, too. I was a bit surprised. This was the first time I'd ever seen the Sech King look so serious.
エリス姫はエリス姫でちゅよ。
You are your own person.
僕ちんはお前さんの家族にはなれないし、なろうとする気もないでちゅ。
I can't be your family, nor do I plan on trying to be.
だからそこだけは安心してほしいでちゅよ。
So I just want you to take comfort in that, if nothing else. Huh?
どうぞでちゅ。暑いでちゅよ。
Here you go, it's hot. I still think he drugged the tea. I think this is just disarming her. So she'll drink it.
女王は僕ちんのことをパパと呼ばせたいみたいでちゅが。
I think the queen wants you to call me dad.
それはエリス姫が決めることで、女王が決めることではないでちゅ。
But that's for you to decide and not her.
それに僕ちんはエリス姫のことを娘だなんて思ったことはないでちゅよ。
Besides, I don't think of you as a daughter.
じゃあなんだと？
Then what am I to you?
セチュのライバルでちゅよ。
My Sech rival. For the first time, his forced expression didn't disgust me. His existence was solitary, I suppose I should put it. My mom and dad were their own people. They were free to love who they wanted to and walk whatever path in life that they wished. I didn't have the right to say otherwise. But what I couldn't understand was someone imposing into my space. He understood that. He didn't intend to make me call him Dad. Just knowing that took a huge weight off of my shoulders. I drank the honey tea he brewed up. It tasted gross, because he used way too much honey. And yet, it warmed my heart a little. He grinned with pride when he saw that. I still couldn't bring myself to like his smile, though. Afterwards, we chatted over the pizza. It felt like this was the first time we'd actually talked like this.
来年からすぐに一人暮らしを始めたいのでちゅか?
So you want to start living on your own next year?
女王もその方が喜ぶと思って。
I think the queen would be happier that way too.
オイラを18まで育ててくれただけで、親の義務はもう十分果たしてるっしょ。
When she's raised me to adulthood, she'd have fulfilled her parental duty to me.
あとは女王の人生だと思うんだ。
She should be free to live the rest of her life how she pleases.
あんたと仲睦まじく過ごしてくれればいいし、それでオイラも彼女もウィンウィンだと思うんだ。
And then she could live with you in total bliss. It's a win-win for the both of us.
でも一人暮らしは大変でちゅよ。お金もかかるでちゅ。
But it's hard living on your own. It's not cheap.
だからオイラ、あんたからもらったお小遣い全部貯めてるよ。
I know, and that's why I've been saving up all the allowance I've earned from you.
支度にお金もかかるだろうし、女王の世話にはなりたくないし。
It also takes money to make all of those arrangements. I don't want to be dependent on the queen if I can help it.
エリス姫は本当に感心な子でちゅね。
You really are impressive, Princess Alice.
今時それだけ独立心が旺盛な子はなかなかいないでちゅよ。
There aren't many kids these days that are so eager to be independent.
僕ちん、エリス姫を応援するでちゅよ。
I wish you all the luck in the world.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
どうしましたでちゅか?
Is something wrong?
なんでもない。
He drugged me. He drugged me. He drugged me. Oh my god. Oh no, it's nothing. My head had been feeling kind of hazy for a while. Was I getting sick? I had to snap out of it. I was planning to challenge him to Setch again. I couldn't miss this chance to make more money. Afterwards, he wound up challenging me to a game of Setch instead. Oof. I gladly accepted. When I did, he suddenly crossed his arms and went deep into thought.
どうしたの?
Something wrong? Oh, you could tell her vision's really fucky right now. Just thinking. He kept looking back and forth from my face to the ceiling as though contemplating something. What was it? My head really was heavy. I didn't feel sick though. Quite the opposite. I felt really good, like I was floating. It felt different from the time I got drunk on sweet sake though, so just what was this strange feeling?
エリス姫こそどうしたでちゅか?
I could ask you the same thing, Princess Alice. Huh?
さっきから目がトローンとしてるでちゅよ。
Your eyes have been drooping for a while now.
なんか
They feel heavy. Ew, why is he drooling? No! I've been roofied! Though my body was awake, my mind was practically asleep. It just didn't feel like anything really mattered. The Setch King was grinning, but something about that smile was twisted.
僕ちん、エリス姫の一人暮らし応援したいでちゅよ。
I want to support your efforts by living by yourself.
なので今日の勝負は応援の意味も込めてビッグプライスでっちゅ。
So with that in mind, I have a big prize for today's match. Ew, he's so gross. The Setch King clapped his hands and several treasure boxes appeared and stacked up on top of each other. It was a lavish mountain of treasure greater than any I'd ever seen. My sluggish mind partially cleared up.
すっごい大金持ってんね。
That's a ton of money you got there.
不労所得のお貴族様。
You really are a do-nothing noble.
今日はエリス姫の旅立ちを応援する意味を込めてなんと100万円もかけちゃいますでっちゅ。
Ew. Why? What is he buying from me? I'll be betting 1,000,000 yen on tonight's match just to support you in your endeavors.
わあ、いいの？そんな大金。
Wow, are you serious? That's a lot of money.
お金は若者が使ってこそ意味があるでっちゅんよ。僕ちんからの気持ちと思ってくれればいいでっちゅ。
Money was made to be spent by the young. I think of it as a token of my charity.
嬉しいよ。
Really?
ありがとう。
I'm so happy. Thank you.
じゃあ OK でっちゅか。始めますでっちゅよ。
You ready now? Let's begin. The Setch Arena was the liveliest it had ever been. Not only was there more money on the line than ever before, but the stands were packed like sardines with card soldiers.
すごいよ、エリス。こんな大勝負初めてだよ。
This is amazing, Elise. The stakes have never been higher. Yeah, that's right.
大丈夫？寝不足？
Are you okay? Did you not get enough sleep?
そんなことないよ。
That's not true. Wide awake. Oh boy. I felt like a butterfly in the tranquil fields of spring. It felt so good. Like I was floating. My whole body was burning up like I'd caught a cold. What was up with me? I wondered. Oh well, like it mattered.
はいはい。それではその駒いただきでっちゅよ。
Okay then, I'll just take that piece.
また取られちゃった。エリス、しっかり。
You took another one. Get your head in the game,
大
Alice.
丈夫、大丈夫。少しくらい取られても、ハンデよ、ハンデ。
It's fine, it's fine. A few pieces lost are just a handicap
少
to me.
々腐敗のこのエリス姫様があんなブサイクに負けるわけないって。
I am Princess Ellis the Invincible. I'll never lose to this ugly freak. He'd taken a lot of my manger pieces without breaking a sweat, but I didn't care at all. After all, I'm undefeatable.
さあどんどん駒を取っちゃうでっちゅよ。
I'm gonna take more and more pieces now.
どうするのエリス。攻める駒も守る駒もなくなっちゃうよ。
What do we do, Ellis? He's killing our defense and offense.
いいのいいの。なくなってもどんどん増やせるのがセチュのいいところでしょ。
All good, all good. The best part of Setch is that you can just bring out more pieces no matter how many you
それ
lose.
はそうだけど、じゃあ体の何をかけるの？
That's true, but what body parts will you stake then?
ああ、もう好きな部分。
Oh yeah, I forgot dismemberment can buy you more pieces.
どうせ勝てばチャラなんだからさ。
You know what? It doesn't matter. Take whatever you want. I'm gonna win anyway, so who cares?
じゃあ適当に駒を追加しとくよ。
She's so fucked up, it's funny. Then can I add any pieces I ask for?
どんどん追加するでっちゅよ。お代は後の支払いで OK でっちゅ。
Be my guest. You can just pay them off
さ
later.
あさあ、ふいふい。ルンルン行くよ。わあ。
Come on now. Chop chop. Bring them on. The world was spinning like a merry-go-round. Yay! Mr. Rabbit was also spinning on a teacup. And then the Sedge King looked both slim and fat. So funny.
実は僕ちん大学の時はチェスサークルにいたんでちゅよ
You know, I actually used to be in the chess club when I was in college.
そうなんだ。知らなかった。
Really? I didn't know that.
選手権に出たやつに勝ったこともあるんでちゅよ
I even beat a guy who competed in the championships.
いや、すごいね。なのに、どうしてそんなに下手くそなの
He totally drugged her. Wow, that's amazing. Then why do you suck so bad?
それはでちゅね
Well, you see...
エリス姫を僕ちんの家族に加えるための計略なのですよ
It was all a part of the plan to add you to my family. He's so gross.
さあどんどん追い詰めていきますでちゅよ
Now then, it's finally time to corner you.
どんどん駒が取られていくよ
Wow, we're losing more
いいって
pieces.
どんどん増やせばいいよどんどん
Who cares? Who cares? All we gotta do is add more and more and more and more and more and
そ
more.
の度にどんどんエリス姫の体がかけられていっちゃいまちゅね
You have to wager more of your body each time.
いいっておいら負けないから
It's fine, it's fine. After all, I can't
ダメ
lose.
だよ取られちゃうよ
It's over, it's all over. They've all been taken.
チェックメイト
Checkmate.
ありゃ
Huh?
僕ちんの勝ちでちゅね
Gross. He's so gross. Looks like I win.
あれ
Huh?
もう組まないのもっと増やしてよ
We out of pieces? Add some more.
ないよ何にもないよみんな取られちゃったよ
There's nothing left. They've all been
そし
taken.
てエリス姫の体もみんなかけてしまってもうかけら
Gross,
れ
I'm
る
giving him my
体
whole
が
body.
ないのでちゅよ
And you wagered your whole body. Show you have nothing left to stake.
あれれ
Huh? What?
またまにはいっか
Well, I suppose a loss every once in a while isn't so
たま
bad.
にはいいでちゅね
Yes, it's not so bad at all, is it? I lost. But I'm always winning anyway, so I guess a loss every now and then is okay. There's no lolly hentai. It's all implied and like storyline based. I'm so sorry to break it to you. This is YouTube. Sorry, dog. This is YouTube. There's lots of websites you can go to. Hit up N hentai or some shit like that. Is that how you get a wife? Yeah, just roofie their tea. That's how you get a wife. You heard it here, folks. Drug women. Surprised? I'm pretty good, huh? Hentai. Oh no, we're back in real life and now he's gonna take my whole body.
驚いちゃった
Yeah, you're good. You surprised me.
じゃ今回はおじさんの勝ちだね
Then that means I win this time, doesn't it?
うん仕方ないよね
Yeah? Oh well. We left together. Suddenly, Mr. Tanaka stopped and smiled faintly.
じゃあかなえちゃん清算しよっか
Then let's square our account, shall we?
かなえちゃんが勝ったら100万円あげるって賭けをしてたんだからさ
After all, I bet 1,000,000 yen on our match. Wait.
ってことはおじさまが勝ったから私が100万払うってこと
Then that means I need to pay you 1,000,000 yen?
おいら
そんな大金は持ってない。
I don't have that much money.
ああ、かなえちゃん、誤解しないで。別に僕は払えなかったら体で払えなんていう気は毛頭ないから。
He shut us down. No rape today, Chad. I'm so sorry. No, don't get the wrong idea, Kanae. I'm not gonna ask you to pay with your body instead or something like
かなえちゃ
that.
んが100万円も持ってるわけがないよ。だから有り金全部でいいから。
There's no way you have $1 million either, so like, we could just settle for the money you have on hand. Huh? It's gonna take my money. No. My money. Bro, that's like 3 years of savings. All the allowance I've saved up till now.
本当は100万円をもらうところなんだ。大サービスだろう。
I'd say it's actually quite a bargain, given how high the actual bet was, wouldn't you agree? Good point. I forked over the cash envelopes I'd had in my adventurer's bag, my mind still in a daze. Oh boy, I'm broke. I'll have to start saving from scratch all over again.
かなえちゃんはこのお金、この家を飛び出すために貯めてたんでしょ?
You were saving this money so you could leave this house, weren't you? He saw right through me, huh?
ごめんね。ずっとお母さんにかかりきりだったから、かなえちゃんのケアまで
I
手
just
が
got
回って
bullied.
なかったよ。
Yeah, give me your lunch money, nerd. He bullied me. I'm so sorry. I've been so occupied with your mom, I've neglected to care for you.
かなえちゃんが今までどういう気持ちでいたか察してはいたんだよ。
I can wager a guess on how you must have felt all this time.
別に。まあ、私はどうでもいいんです。
No, it's whatever. I don't really care.
お母さんがおじさまと一緒にいて元気になったのは本当だし。
It's true that you make mom happy.
私のことは本当気にしないでほしいんです。
So really, you don't have to mind me.
そんなことないよ。
I can't do that.
かなえちゃんが僕に家族を奪われたような気持ちになってるのをちゃんと分かってるから。
Because I know how you feel. I know how you feel like I've stolen your family. Huh? Was Mr. Tanaka always this cool? No, bitch, you're high. His words struck through my days like a memorable quote from a movie
僕
star.
がね、かなえちゃんからお小遣いを全部取り上げたのは
The reason I took all of your
家
allowance
族を失ってほしくなかったからなんだ。
is because I don't want you to lose your family. Huh?
家族の愛を失うこと、それはこの世のすべての愛を見失うことだよ。
To lose your familial love is to lose sight of all the love in this
僕に
world.
対する危機感から君が自ら家族を手放そうとしていることを僕は気の毒に申し訳なく思っていたんだ。
I feel awful for making you feel as though you had to live and leave on your own. Leave your own family because you weren't comfortable with me. It wasn't just about you. I hate my
今度は
mom.
君の番だよ。
Sorry, bro. It's not about you. So now it's your turn.
何の分？
For what?
お母さんはもう僕たちの家族になるんだ。だから
Your mom has already decided to be a part of our family, so I sincerely wish for you to join our family as well. Ah! So bright. What the fuck? My room is way too dark for that shit. Ah! Jesus fucking Christ. I just got flashbanged. Okay. I still didn't understand why I was feeling so floaty. Ugh. But it felt good, so I didn't care. After being told to change into my school uniform, I got into the passenger seat of Mr. Tanaka's car. He said I should be properly dressed for when I was officially to meet their whole family. Now that I'd lost all my adventure funds, I no longer had anywhere else to go. Which meant that the family were the only ones who'd give me meals for free. And so I was being taken to where Mom to where the family was. I didn't feel particularly broken up about it. Honestly, nothing felt real due to the dazed, floaty feeling I've had for a while. I wondered what it could be, but I came up empty-handed.
普通の家族ってのは結婚とか出産とか新しく加わるときにそれぞれのイニシエーションがあるもんだよね。
All families have their own ways of initiating their new arrivals, like marriages or births. Is he gonna marry me off to a cultist?
そういうのを大事にしたいんだ。
Our family wants to value that as well.
血のつながりがない家族だからこそさ、しっかりとした絆を刻みたいんだよね。
Because our family isn't bound by blood, we want to carve our bonds deep, you see? What was he talking about? Oh well, who cares? Mr. Tanaka sure was a good person. I couldn't believe he wanted someone like me in his family. Plus, in the end, saving up allowance to leave home wasn't a realistic plan to begin with. Children live with their families and get fed for free. That's just how it works. I was just being childish by saying I'd be revolting to live with Mr. Tanaka. This feeling. There were mushrooms springing up everywhere again. They grew all over Mr. Tanaka's car. Spores of every color scattered when you poke them, creating little rainbows in the air. When they cleared, I found that the Setch King and I were riding in a giant caterpillar.
着きましたでちゅよ。
And we've arrived.
お母さんがいるのここ？
This is where my mom is? Wow, look at this place! What a magnificent mushroom room! A giant mushroom just begged me to jump in it. Oh, it's so soft! I dove on it like a trampoline. What was this? It was so soft and bouncy. The Setch King started readying some strange implements in the meantime. What? I'd never seen anything like them before. Those are those needles? Or like painting tools? Oh well, like it mattered. All of a sudden the sun went dark and was replaced by the moon in the blink of an eye. The world had turned to night. A wondrous aura hung in the sky. It was so pretty. I'd never seen anything like it before.
準備できましたでちゅよ。そろそろ始めますでちゅよ。
All set. Let's get started, okay?
始めるって何が？
Started with what?
おいらこのキノコの上でずっとふわふわしてたい。
I want to bounce on this mushroom forever.
いいでちゅよ。ずっとふわふわしてていいでちゅよ。
That's fine. Bounce all you want. The Setch King approached the mushroom I was lying on and looked down on me with a smirk. Just then, he raised his thumb and thrust them into his lower half. A filthy secretion of blood and grease splattered all over the white mushroom. He wasn't trying to push his stomach in. He stuck his fingers deep enough to pierce the blubber and meat that lay under his skin. And then he tore the skin off of his lower half. Blech! What the fuck is this? Before me is none other than the figure of a giant, eerie, lurid caterpillar. My mind has been engulfed with a dense fog. However, at that moment, I finally awakened from that floaty feeling. But I couldn't think straight. My thoughts were frozen. Well, where am I? When I came to, I was in a revolting place I had never seen before. Huh? What is this place? Why am I here? What does Mr. Tanaka do? Huh? Huh? No, not him. The caterpillar monster? But that's Mr. Tanaka, huh? Mr. Tanaka was towering over me with his upper half bared, and on his skin was large, repulsive, garishly colored caterpillar tattoo.
これがね、僕たちの家族の絆なの。
You see this? This is what binds our family together.
かなえちゃんのお父さんだってさ、お母さんと結婚するときには永遠を誓い合ったはずなんだよ。
Your dad was supposed to have sworn to spend the rest of his life with your mom when they got married.
浮気しちゃったでしょ。
But he cheated on her, didn't he?
人はさ、目に見えない絆なんてものじゃ縛れないんだよ。
The thing about people is that invisible bonds cannot bind them.
だからさ、僕たちははっきりと目に見えて、
Which is why, in our case,
絶対に消すことのできない形でさ、絆を記してんだよね。
we etch a clearly visible bond that can never be removed. Did he mean that garish spotted caterpillar? He was trying to tattoo that monster onto me? Wait, what? My mind was getting hazy again.
ぼんやりしてるくらいの方が痛くなくていいんだよ。
It won't hurt so much if you're not fully conscious for this.
リラックスして横になってれば、僕がかっこよく仕上げておくから。
Just relax and lay down. I'll make it look cool. I had to get out of here right now. But my mind was still dazed, and thus my body refused to respond properly. They're growing. Mushrooms are growing everywhere.
さあさあエリス姫、僕ちんの芋虫ランドの家族になるん。
She's so cute. Ooh. Come on, Princess Elish. Join the Caterpillar Land family.
お前の母ももう一息なんだよ。だけはのらりくらりと逃げやがるんだ。
I've almost got your mom in my clutches too. She just got cold feet when it comes to getting the mark of all things.
娘のお前が先に炭を入れたとわかりゃ覚悟を決めてくれるさ。
But when she learns that her own daughter has gotten the tattoo first, she's gonna take the lead.
親子揃って新しい家族に加わろうぜ。
After that, I'll add you and your mom to my new family and sell your house and everything you own.
お母さんと一緒に幸せになりてえだろ。
Dang. It's his goop. It's his slimy, goopy peanuts. Worm peanuts. You want your mom? You want to be happy with your mom, don't you? Don't
毎
you?
日飯が食えて寝るところがあって風呂に入れる生活がいいだろ。
You'll get fed every day. You'll have a place to take your baths and sleep. Doesn't sound so bad, does it?
みんなで共同生活楽しいぜ。僕の言うことさえきっちり聞いてりゃよ。
You'll enjoy living with everyone, I'm sure of it. And all you have to do is obey my every command.
お仕置き部屋なんてよ。反抗さえしなきゃ入れられることなんかねえんだからよ。
I won't throw you into the punishment room as long as you never defy me. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. She's gonna get tattooed. My mind suddenly burst like a pop balloon. when I came to, I was telling myself I was stringless puppet. I was a puppet. A puppet. The caterpillar monster was just playing with me like a puppet that looked like me. Yeah, that was all. He was simply drawing on the surface of a doll with the needle and a machine. He was playing all on his own, and it had nothing to do with me. So please, end it quickly. Please, put an end to this torment. I felt warm drops trailing down on my cheeks from my eyes. Confused, afraid, and devoid of the presence of mind, I lost the very will to fight back. A single face flashed through the puppet's mind. Prince of Moonsoot. No. Suzuman. Save me. Stab. Stab, stab. It was still going on. Stab, stab, stab. It seemed like he'd never tire of creeping about on my skin. Huh. Blech. I hate him. Blech. Blech. Man on my stream. Disgusting. Puh. Puh. When I came to, the Sech King had regained his human length.
おめでたエリス姫。これでもう立派な芋虫さんでちゅよ。
Congratulations, Princess Alice. You're now a beautiful caterpillar.
今までの芋虫で一番の最高傑作になったでちゅ。
Out of all the caterpillars I've done so far, you're my greatest masterpiece. My whole body burned as though it were swelling. I didn't even need to look at my mirror to tell I was already turned into a monster. It was raining quietly outside. I didn't remember how or when I'd left that place, but my hair's down, ever cute. I haven't seen her with her hair down yet. I barely managed to put on my uniform and dazedly made my way down the alley I didn't recognize. An outsider would only see an exhausted girl staggering around. But it was so much worse than that. I can't go home ever again, can I? A rabbit in my head whispered to me.
エリス、少し早いけど旅立ちの日が来たんだよ。
Alice, it's a little earlier than we thought, but it's time to embark on our journey.
そうだね。
You're right.
ノベ犬王国にはもう帰れないね。
After all, you can't go back to the IwaiHime Minobe kingdom anymore. So I'm homeless now? Good thing I'd hidden my adventurer bags outside the house. I'd given Mr. Tanaka the envelopes of my money that had come in, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise that I'd kept the cash in my wallet elsewhere. So I just gave him a bunch of empty envelopes. Let's go on an adventure, Elise. You can kind of see her underwear through her shirt. Oh, you can see her tummy. That's so cute. Yeah. Where to? That was obvious. To the Moonsoot Kingdom, starting tomorrow morning. I plodded down the streets. My uniform was all I had to wear for the time being, so I didn't want to get any wetter. Manga cafes have had shower rooms and dryers, so I could just clean it up there. I looked up to see the townscape had changed slightly. It was a mix of wet modern buildings and fairy tale-esque mushroom houses. A giant caterpillar clung to the telephone pole, enjoying a long drag on a cigarette pipe. A smoking pipe. Yeah. The crossings were a jumble of office workers with umbrellas and card soldiers shielding themselves with taro leaves. Man, I really am screwed up in the head, huh? But that was what made me Alice of Wonderland. The do-nothing days are sure amazing. Glory to the do-nothing days. I'm so sorry I'm late, Minobe. It's cool. You weren't keeping me waiting. So what did you want to talk about?
見延先輩が会って話したい相談なんてなんだろうなーってそわそわしてました。
I've been on the edge of my seat wondering what you'll ask. Ew, I wasn't the type who wore their worries on her sleeves, so her surprise was only going to be expected. Thanks to my perfect acting, no one ever suspected I was having troubles at home. And after all that happened, I had no choice but to rely on Kiki. Honestly, I hadn't been sure how much I could tell her. I didn't want to make things awkward with such a serious topic. So all I said is that I'd gotten into a big fight with my mom and couldn't go home for a while.
見延先輩ってお母さんと喧嘩とかするんですか?
What, you got in a fight with your
Unbelievable,
mom?
babo.
She said unbelievable, babo. Give me a second. What the fuck was that? Unbelievable, babo. I want to hear her say it again.
ちょっといろいろ複雑なのは。まあ、ここだけの話だけ。
Here it is.
見延先輩ってお母さんと喧嘩とかするんですか? 結構アンビリーバボバボ。
Unbelievable, babo. I don't like her. She's so silly. So let's just keep this between you and me. Kiki was shocked, but soon realized this wasn't something she should stick her nose too deep into.
ほんのしばらくだけ止めてくれないか
Unbelievable,
な?
babo. Can I stay with you for a bit?
キコチンのアパートに空き部屋とかあったらすっごい助かるんだけど。
It'd be a big help if you had any spare apartments at your place, honestly.
空き部屋は今はないと思います。
I don't think we have any right now.
このままじゃオイラ満喫ぐらいしか公園で野宿になっちゃうよ。
At this rate, I'm gonna have to live in a manga cafe or a park. I managed to get Kiki to agree to let me stay over for at least one night. We'd talk about what came after that later. I wasn't naive enough to assume she'd just let me stay forever. But if she'd help me out even little, I could save more money. It cost about 2,000 yen a night to stay at a manga cafe. With food and expenses included, that means I needed at least a few thousand a day. Of course, there were other living expenses to consider, like clothes and laundry. The more I thought, the more I realized I just didn't have enough money. I had enough to support myself for just a little while, so if I had managed to get a part-time job in between... After club activities ended, we were leaving the school. I casually turned the conversation to Suzumu. I was okay with Kiki knowing, but I didn't want Suzumu finding out about my troubles at home. So I shifted focus onto him as naturally as I could.
そういえば、スズムンって空手をやってんだって?
By the way, you do karate, right, Suzumu?
Karate?
Karate?
やってますやってます。毎日夕方には道着を着て裏庭で稽古してますよ。
He sure does. He puts on his dojo uniform and practices in the backyard every evening.
何それかっこいい。
Wow, that's so cool.
空手じゃないんだけどな。
It's not karate though.
女の子から見れば似たようなもんだってば。
Nerd. It looks all the same to girls.
ねえねえ、あのさ。
Hey, can I ask you something? I walked ahead of Suzumoon, then turned around and spoke.
おいらもスズムンのかっこいいとこ見てみたいな。
I'd like to see Suzumoon showing off too. Oh, he blushed. Ooh, he blushed. Karate, 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 hiya! Hiya, karate, it's all karate, hiya! We watched Suzumoon train in Kiki's backyard. It was so cool. I realized once more how I felt about him. However, I sadly realized that dream was no longer possible. Afterwards, I'd had dinner with Suzumoon and Kiki's family. We had somen. It was so delicious. The whole family was at peace. We all had fun watching the baseball game on TV. Suzumoon and Kiki looked like they were having fun too. But above all else, I was fraught with envy. I wanted to be a part of this family. Mom and Dad hated each other. They always fought when they saw one another. Eventually, they stopped meeting face to face, and each stopped coming home when the other was there. Everyone in my family just lived their own lives separate from each other. Despite that, it was the only place I'd felt like I belonged. But once Dad left and Mom started to bring Mr. Tanaka over, it slowly but surely lost that feeling. This place was wonderful. I could only imagine how fun it would be to live with Suzumoon here. I'm sure all girls my age had dreams like that. But I was filthy now. Could Suzumoon ever accept someone like that? No. That wasn't the issue. It wasn't a matter of wanting acceptance. The problem was that because I loved Suzumoon from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to offer my purest self up to him, but it was too late. I was a caterpillar now, not a human. I simply wasn't suitable for one as pure and as radiant as him. Wanting him to accept someone like me would be asking way too much, but I wanted to go to the Prince of Moonset, because I no longer had anywhere else to go. If I were to meet him again, would he be able to save me? Could I abandon this monstrous body and start anew? Like a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, could I be reborn as my pure self and love him? Indeed, I was a caterpillar. I was the same as that hideous, loathsome creature. Huh?
Senpai?
Minobe? Huh? I was a master of masking my tears. Womp. Oh, I love her room so much. This is Sukiko's room. It's so cool. Wow, this room sure has a lot of personality. Actually, it was my older brothers. My older brothers. One day he just said he was going to take the world by storm with heavy metal, and then he went off with his guitar in hand, and I haven't heard from him since. Yeah. Right. Right, this was your brother's room. Got it. Yeah, but what's this jacket? There's the name sewed onto it. Blood-stained angels. First attack squad. Tsubaki heart. That's a wee wee wah woo 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 wah. I'm gonna hear her say that again, okay? Give me a second. I need to hear this once more. I just want to hear it. Again. Those are words. I had rumors that Kiki used to have one heck of a troublemaker past, but this was something else. Even I was dumbfounded. She wore a striking headband and what appeared to be a commemorative group photo with her gang members. So if Kiko was a butterfly now, then the girl in the photo must have been her as a caterpillar? An entirely different person. This very room itself was a vile caterpillar. And she transformed from a caterpillar to a butterfly. So could that happen to me someday? Of course not. Because I was already a filthy, revolting, vile caterpillar. That's not true. Huh? Who said that? I heard someone calling to me in my sleep. It was the first time that I've heard that voice. And yet, I knew who it was. I slowly opened my eyes. And I saw myself. Let's go. Go? Where to? Do you even have to ask? To the Prince of Moonsuit's kingdom. Am I gonna break into his room in the middle of the night? I would if I could. But I've been... No reference. No. You don't need to look so down. After all... The Prince of Moonsuit has an amazing power. Huh? What is she talking about? Bangers! Why are you screaming? Oh, bangers! My son is screaming. His body is possessed most sacred soot. If you can take that for yourself, then what? You can get your old pure body back. Really? And if you do, and then you can live with the Prince of Moonsuit and live happily ever after. Happily ever after. Now go forth, Ellis. Take my hand. Let's make haste to the Moonsuit Kingdom. Your prince is already there. After a few moments, I reached out and took my antlered doppelganger's hand. And then I saw a scarlet gleam before my eyes. What? The delicious scent of tea tickled at my nose. I slowly regained consciousness. Huh? Where was I? I was supposed to have been sleeping in my bed. Yet I'd woken up to find myself in my school uniform, sitting at a table with a fragrant tea in front of me. What's going on? I couldn't move my arms. Oh, this is the scene that we woke up we woke up in this scene before. So I guess we're getting another angle of the spider scene. It was like they were glued to my body or something. I couldn't tear them free. Confused, I looked at my body to discover it was wrapped in a silver silk blanket. No, these were strings? Those silver strings had me tied to the chair. I was in an oddly designed house dyed in silver, as though it had been buried in snow. It took me a while to realize that this room was like a cocoon. Sorry it's so tight.
Minobe, senpai.
Minobe? The thing is, I'm in love with you, Suzumu. And because of that, I want to be with you forever. Do you think that's weird?
変じゃないです。
No.
自然なことだと思います。
I think it's only natural.
でも、わけもわからず、こうして縛られてたら。
But is that really what you want?
その気持ちは伝わりにくいんじゃないかなと思います。
I don't think tying me up without an explanation is a good way to get that across. That's true, but don't worry. I'll free you once we become a couple. But there's something I have to do first. She's gonna harvest me. My semen. Minobe placed knives and forks on the table with a clatter. It looked like she was setting the table for dinner, but there were too many places. She placed multiple sets of knives, forks, spoons, and the other utensils whose purpose were a mystery for me. Eventually, it looked more like she'd been setting up for a surgery. Once I realized that, I'd finally noticed those other creepy utensils there were in fact tools that were used in abdominal surgery.
どんなフルコースだろう。これだけ食器が並ぶと期待しちゃうかな。
I wonder what feast you have in mind with all those utensils. I'm really looking forward to it.
僕が食べる側だといいんだけれどね。
As long as I'm on the side doing the eating. My restraints were sturdier than I'd expected. All I could do was squirm like a caterpillar. Cannibal wife! Cannibal wife! Wee woo wee woo! I'll be the one doing the eating here.
何を食べるの?
And what will you be eating? Soot.
ムーンスートの王子様の紐の中にたっぷりと溜め込んである神の呪いのすす
The soot of the divine curse that is stuffed away in your innards, O Prince of Moonsuit.
そのすすの詰まった赤くて黒い王子様の生き肝を
I can't wait to chow down on those red and black guts of yours, all rich in soot. Minobe slurped loudly as she looked hungrily down on me. My hands were clammy. Look at this spectacular expression. She's so flippin' cute. Yoink. Stolen. Screen cap stolen. Wah 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 wah. I could tell by the look in her eyes that she was serious.
そうすれば私は元の姿に戻れるの
Then I can get my old self back.
汚れた
Oh hey Chum Slider,
醜い
welcome.
体から生まれ変われるの
I can cast aside this corrupt and ugly body and be reborn.
醜くなんかないです。
You're not ugly, not at all.
醜い
Yeah, I am.
これを見てもそんなことが言えるかな
But I doubt you can say that once you see this. Minobe rolled her skirt up to her navel. She then thrust her fingers under her skin with a splash and pulled the flesh of her legs like a pair of pants. Her lower half was like a giant caterpillar's, dyed with the garish colors and spots. Yes, welcome, welcome. You see now? Wife, 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 wife.
汚れた化け物の体じゃ王子様と結ばれるわけがない。
This is the body of a desecrated monster. I could never be with you like this.
王子様と結ばれるお姫様は清らかで美しい体でなくちゃ。
A princess needs a pure and beautiful body to be with the prince.
もし君の言う醜い姿というのもそれで、それが生まれ持った体だというのなら、
If that's the body you were born with,
醜いなんて思わない。
then I don't think it's ugly at all.
そんなわけないよ。この姿で生まれてきたわけない。
You can't be serious. There's no way I could have been born looking like this.
なのに化け物にこんな。
But then, a monster. A monster.
こんな醜い姿に
Turned me into this hideous thing. Minobe covered her face and wept. I tried to think of something comforting to say when suddenly her eyes widened and she cackled.
でも大丈夫。
Whoa! Whoa! Nice eyes. It's alright. Daijobu. This is the face of Daijobu. We're collecting faces. Daijobu expression.
あのね、聞いたの。王子様の聖なる裾を口にすると呪いは解けるんだってさ。
Listen to this. I can break my curse by eating your sacred soot.
僕の肝を食べるってこと。
By eating my guts, you mean?
でも、そんなことをされたら僕は死んじゃう。
Then I'll die.
死なれたら困るよ。だからもちろん死なさない。
Well, neither of us want that. So don't worry. I won't let you die.
だって王子様とお姫様は結ばれてハッピーエンドにならなきゃいけないんだから。
After all, the prince and the princesses need to be together to live happily ever after.
でも、そんな物騒なものでお腹を開かれたら大変だ。
But if you cut me up with that lineup you have there, that won't happen.
大丈夫。
She's so
ちゃ
fucking
んと
cute.
お裁縫セットでお腹を縫うからさ。
It's fine. I got a sewing kit I could stitch you back together with. I don't think that's gonna work, dude.
あれ？そういえばお裁縫セットの用意がないよ。
Huh? Alright. I need to get that out too, huh?
危ない危ない。すぐに閉じて縫わないとお腹の中身が全部出ちゃうもんね。
That was close. All your organs would spill out unless I sewed you up fast. Minobe turned her back to me and started fishing through the silk-covered cabinets. This was my chance to make a clean break. I bent over and picked up one of the upside-down knives with my teeth and inserted it under my armpit. I twisted my body in various ways until I could finally feel the blade meet with one of the strings. I managed to make a small incision in one of the strings, and then I twisted my body some more, and little by little, it grew bigger.
ねえねえスズムーン、お腹を縫う糸は何色がいい？
Hey Suzumoon, what color thread do you want for your stomach? Her back was still turned, and I was getting closer to freedom by the second.
いろんな糸があるよ。バニラ色にチョコレート色、ペパーミント色とかいいよね。
I've got a wide selection. There's vanilla and chocolate. Ooh, peppermint. That might be nice.
やっぱスズムンには
But I think blue Hawaii suits you best. Just a little more, just a little more. The table and chairs were cleaved in half with a giant saw. She'd pull it out from the cabinet and was now wielding it. The blade cut through the chair I'd just been sitting in like it was butter. You're amazing, Suzumoon. How did you cut the thread? You're not Minobe, are you? Hmm? I don't know who you are. But if you continue to make a mockery of the Minobe I respect so thoroughly, then what? I'll get mad. For real. He's gonna get mad for real. She doubled over with laughter as the crack and snapping of twigs resounded from her head. Oh shit, everything's all warbly. Just then, magnificent deer antlers sprouted out of it. Her eyes flashed scarlet, demonstrating the majesty of the higher being who looked down on humans. Whoa! Nice! I love a bug girl. Wait. Oh shit, I skipped it. What is it? I wanna go back. Was it this one? I don't get the full body. I guess it's just like a quick thingy that slides by then. She's so cool. How amusing, Suzuhara. You truly are interesting. Now let me ask you this, descendant of Mutsu. What is it you think you can do after 1,000 years? You have but one role now. To take those soot-filled guts of yours and offer them up to me. She's coming for my guts! No! She swung the saw again, shattering the floor I'd been standing on mere seconds prior. This music slaps. Quite nimble, but there's nowhere to run. Oh, that's a big saw. Holy shit. Where's the real Minobe? Never in 1,000 years have I met someone foolish enough to waste time answering their prey. But since you're going to die anyway, I might as well tell you. Oh, yeah. We love a bug princess. That's quite cliche, but I'd appreciate it. Just one hit from that terrifying saw would cleave me in two. For a moment, my legs threatened to freeze up with fear. But thanks to the strength of heart I'd cultivated over the years, I managed to keep my head. Her mother truly was a fool. The girl with the deer antlers laughed scornfully as she spoke. The heartbroken mother welcomed a suspicious man who healed her wounds with sweet words and cajolery in her home. Then she surrendered her heart, not realizing that the man intended to sink his fangs into her daughter as well. Minobe saw how happy her mother was, so she dutifully endured the man's infringement on the sanctuary she called home. But that man was a repulsive demon who preyed on the heartbroken souls, manipulating their hearts to nourish himself. This was her mental world. Every aspect of it was a symbol of the pain she has held deep within her. And the cursed soot greedily fed off her emotional scars. You dodge so gracefully. Why are you not paralyzed with fear? You truly are special. No wonder why you've lasted a millennium. I will let you be with Kanae, if that's what you want. How am I supposed to do that when you're eating my guts? Worry not. This is a fairy tale world. Such minor wounds will not kill you. Here, you and Kanae may live happily together. I can't let that happen. We have school tomorrow. Everyone would be shocked if I showed up with my stomach sliced open. This guy's such a fucking goober. You need not worry about that. I shall sew you back up as good as new once I'm done with my feast. I don't think that'll be possible. Huh? Why is that, pray tell? Because you look like you can't handle it. Am I wrong? Suzumu Suzuhara, descendant of Mutsu, you have roused my soul. Whoa, yeah. I shall drink your soot and blood whole. Giant caterpillars had assembled to consume Princess Ella's beautiful castle. Shreds of the card soldiers, torn to pieces in battle, were strewn everywhere. Ugh, I hate this guy. He needs to fuck all the way off. Kanae and the Sech King were facing off on the giant Sech board in the courtyard. The Sech King was at an overwhelming advantage, as though alluding that the tragic state of affairs. Kanae's pieces were devoured and shattered one after the next. Every time she gave up a part of her body just to summon new ones. But the Sech Kings destroyed all of them relentlessly, driving her body and spirit to the edge. Oh, what a joyous day this shall be. Now I can welcome you into my family. Oh, cute. Kanae unconsciously dropped what she was holding. She's so baby girl. Yes. Screen capped. Very important. It looked like it was a stuffed pincushion impaled by countless pins. But it wasn't. It was a doll that represented her wagered body parts. She had to give up a part of her body to create new pieces every time that she lost one. Normally, one would have removed them all manually via torturous methods, as per the rules of Sech, but the Sech King had chosen not to do that. Instead of losing the body parts, Kanae would offer them up as collateral and give them to the Sech King. The stuffed pincushion at her feet signified the parts of her body now belonging to the Sech King. There were already pins everywhere, like a hedgehog. In other words, the Sech King already owned Kanae's whole body.
また駒が足りなくなってきたでちゅね。
You've lost another piece.
でももうエリス姫の体でかけられる部分はないでちゅね。
Now you have nothing left to wager, do you? Still, this wasn't a game in which she could afford to admit defeat. Her castle had already fallen. She had nowhere to run. To give up would be to surrender her body and soul. Continuing to resist no matter the crisis was her only way to left of protecting her heart.
なら今度はエリス姫の心を担保にしてもらうでちゅよ。
Then I'll take your heart as insurance next.
ほら、今度はハートのピンクッションでちゅ。
Come on, here's the pincushion. The Setch King handed her a heart pincushion. Kanai timidly reached for her sewing kit, stuffed with pins. If she stabbed it, she could keep fighting in the exchange for part of her heart. She had no other choice. But to do so would mean to gradually accepting surrender each time. I'll never get into scum like you. Her mind was made up. Kanai took about 10 pins and thrust them into her heart. There wasn't supposed to be pain involved. Yet, Kanai felt like she'd been literally stabbed in the heart. The ground at her feet felt mushy for a second. Oh, everything's all blurry. Sticky drops of sweat rose through her face. Despite her valiant defiance, her bravery was faltering.
もうこのお城は僕ちのものでちゅ。
This castle is already mine.
エリス姫はすべて僕ちに握られてしまったのでちゅよ。
Everything you have is already mine. That was already true. She had no longer had a home to go back to, nor a mother she could rely on. She'd known that. That's why she'd saved money so she could live on her own at any time.
貯めたお金で漫画喫茶に寝泊まりでちか。そんな暮らしが本当にできると思ってるでちか。
You're gonna go stay at a manga cafe with your hard-earned cash? Did you really think you could live like that?
人間は家族で生きるのが幸せなのでちゅ。一人で生きるなんてできないのでちゅ。
People are happy living with their families. They can't live on their
お
own.
前のクラスメイトはみんな親の愛に包まれてぬくぬくと暮らしているのに。
All of your classmates live comfortably blanketed in their
どう
parents'
し
love.
てお前だけが一人ぼっちで寂しく貧乏に暮らさなければならないのでちか。
So why are you the only one who has to live all alone in poverty? Indeed, he didn't need to point out how unfair it is. Why was she the only one who had to suffer this injustice? All of her classmates got along with their parents, living rent-free in their homes. They were fed, they gave allowance, they didn't have to pay any of the bills. So why did she alone have to start making a living entirely on her own, wading through filth just to survive? This wasn't
大
fair.
人でさえ一人で生きていくのはあまりに辛く悲しい。愛がない。
Even adults find it too sad and painful to live on their own. There's no love to be
そん
found.
な生活をまだ親に甘え足りないお前のような小娘がどうして耐えられるというのか。
So how does a girl like you, who should be still depending on her mother, have put up with that kind of life? To kick me? Kanai fell to her knees as she wrapped her arms around her shoulders. She could no longer suppress the fear she's felt as a child who had lost her only protection.
だから来なさい。僕ちんの芋虫ランドの家族へ。
So join my Caterpillar Land family.
他人と家族になんてなりたくないという贅沢がどれほど罪深いものかすぐに理解するでしょう。
And soon you'll understand just how wrong you were to refuse the generosity of strangers who offered to take you as their own. Screw you. Who the hell would want to live in a kingdom of monsters?
いいえ、寝床、そして3度の食事。そんな当たり前の生活。
A home, a place to sleep, 3 meals a day. The kind of life people take for
それ
granted.
が当たり前でないと気づいた時の恐怖はどうでちゅうか。
Tell me how terrifying it was when you realized that could all be taken away in an instant. The Sech King's forces were comprised of pieces twisted and hideous, yet giant and powerful. They moved irrationally, exterminating Kanai's newborn pieces one after the other. Those pieces born from the sacrificed parts of her heart shattered and vanished from the board.
また駒がなくなっちゃったでちゅね。さあさあ降参でちか。
You've lost even more pieces again. Ready to give up yet? I won't lose. I'll never lose. Kanai reached back into the sewing kit with a trembling hand, pulling out more pins, and stabbed them into her heart. Each one symbolized her impending surrender. Every time, her heart was forced to accept that child could not possibly live on their own. All she wanted was an ordinary life, not wading through the filth and prowling in search of a nest day after day like a rat, not scraping by on part-time jobs and sating herself on unhealthy food. If she drifted between manga cafes and friends' houses, she'd eventually lose those too. She would have no choice but to live on the streets. Was that all her life was worth? Her classmates all have lived snugly, with parents who loved them and provided them with food and shelter. So why was she the only one forced to live in such a horrible state? No. No. I don't want that. Help me. Someone please save me. A home with a warm bed and enough money to lead a healthy life. Kanai thought only her mother could provide her with such luxuries. But there was someone else who would, and he was right in front of her. He said she could be a part of their family, and her mother would be there too. Only a family could provide their children with the money and shelter. Only a family could love so freely and unconditionally. The world revolved around money. That was the reason everyone had to work. Children were simply sheltered from that truth. And yet, they would fight with their parents without a shred of gratitude. They had the gall to say that they would run away from home? No matter how sordid the parent, it was a blessing to have a roof over your head, a place to sleep, meals for free. This man was right. Familial love conquered all. Families were wonderful. Glory to families. Had Oliver Tree. Yeah. Oh, it's oin, oin, oin. Think it over, Princess Elise.
僕ちんはエリス姫が憎くて言っているのではないでちゅよ。
Have I ever said I hated you?
エリス姫のことが大好きだから芋虫ランドで幸せになってほしいんでちゅよ。
I love you, so I want to see you live happily ever after in Caterpillar Land.
もちろんエリス姫がどうしても嫌だというのなら 断ってくれてもいいんでちゅ。
You're free to turn down my offer, of course.
ただしこれだけは忘れないでほしいでちゅ。
But I want you to remember this.
僕ちんを断った後に
If you reject me,
路頭に迷い髪の毛ボサボサのドブネズミみたいになった後に
and start living in the streets like a filthy rat.
やっぱり私が間違ってました。ごめんなさい。とか言っても
And even when you realize your mistakes and beg for forgiveness,
その時はもう手遅れでちからね。芋虫の顔は一度までなのでちゅ。
Yucky. It'll be too late. I offer no second chances. Ugh. I can smell his breath through the screen. Bro's got halitosis. The Satch King chortled with triumph. But accepting his offer would mean surrendering her heart. The filthy grin of that unpleasant man was looking more and more like an angel's smile by the second. Surely it would be crazier for her to keep rejecting his patronage of pride out of pride. He was her savior who'd impacted that lesson onto her. The more she thought that way, the more appealing he seemed. No. That couldn't be right. Scum like him could never possibly be her savior, her prince. After all, the prince who'd save her, who would grant her happily ever after, it was... Suzumu Suzuhara will not appear. Kanae's doppelganger with those divine antlers and scarlet eyes appeared from above and laughed. He's dead. He can't save you now. No. No way. And once I devour his soot, I shall gather all the soot from my sisters. But you are my shell, so I must destroy you first. And only then will I emerge, spread my wings of disaster, and bring calamity unto this land. Destroy that shell, scum. You are free to crush her heart, rip her to shreds, reduce her to nothing but grub in a jar. Such a fitting end to a descendant of that hateful ritual.
かしこまってでございまっちゅ。さあ、エルス姫、どんどん行くでちゅよ。
As you wish, let's keep going, Princess Avenue. It can't be. Suzumu can't be dead. Cute. Cute. Whatever is wrong, descendant of Mutsu. Is running all you can do. How disappointing. Mutsu created the divine tribute style and passed it down to his descendants, did he not? So then why haven't you tried to use it on me? The divine tribute style was meant to be dedicated to the gods, not for striking one. Hajikensho, the fist to crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path. Suzumu was up against the avatar of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto's curse. In other words, he was up against the wrath of God itself. It was akin to rain and lightning from the heavens. There was no evil or righteousness in nature. The same applied to her existence. So punching her would prove ineffective. My fist is not meant for striking you. Then what is it for? Hajikensho, crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path. And that was demonstrated by showing thanks to God. Suzumu understood that logic. That was meant to be the essence of the divine tribute style. But how could he feel any gratitude for this girl trying to kill him with such a twisted smile? So, he will not strike me? Then I suppose it's about time I just reap my reward. Your soot is mine. Ooh. He attacks with both the sky and the ground, cleaving the whole room in half. The saw's relentless assault had already rended the room, no, the whole cabin asunder. Unable to take any more, the floor split in two and began to tilt. Whoa. Suzumu was swallowed by the rift in the room. Below was the foliage of a thick grove of giant trees. The room was a treehouse that had been built on top of the towering tree. Suzumu managed to grab onto the floorboards as the last second. The rest of his body hung mid-air. He wondered just how tall this tree was. It felt like he was looking down at the forest from a cable car in the mountains. The surface was slightly misty. Just looking at it froze Suzumu with fear. Look what you've been reduced to, descendant of Mutsu. You could live happily ever after with Kanae in this fairy tale land. So why do you reject it? She placed the edge of the giant saw on Suzumu's fingertips. It seemed the avatar of the divine curse wasn't bound by the laws of human world like gravity. She floated in the air and calmly gazed down at Suzumu. That's what she wants, then I could consider it. But what? That's what you want, not her. So it's absolutely out of the question. How valiant you are, descendant of Mutsu. Then abandon the final choice I bestowed upon you and meet your pathetic end. No, I have one last choice I can make. What other options could you possibly have at this point? None. I shall take you as my prisoner and drag out your guts. Sorry, but that won't be happening. What? Once you capture him, Only death awaited him, a literal dead end. And if he fell from this height, his death would also be guaranteed, but the thick foliage lay below. Though the chances of survival were slim to none, it was still a chance, so Suzumu would not hesitate to choose it. Fool.
この高さから落ちれば5体はバラバラに砕け散るぞ。
He'll smash to pieces in a moment if you hit the ground.
じゃあ僕の肝もバラバラだ。
Then so will my guts.
それを一切れ一切れ探し回ったらいい。
I suppose that means you'll have to put me back together again if you want all that soot of yours. You cur.
僕はお前にみすみすと食われるくらいならまさかこうすることを選ぶ。
If you're gonna eat me where I stand, I'd rather put up a fight. I'd let her eat me. I would not have to be like, here you go. My guts are yours. Consume, consume, consume. Suzumu Suzuhara, you son of a bitch. And then he's falling, he's falling, he's falling. He's falling, he's falling, he's falling. The manifestation of the curse reached out for him, but Suzumu had already vanished into the world below. Not even the sound of him hitting the ground would reach that high up.
バカな男だ。
That cretin.
この高さを多少茂った枝葉が救えると思うか？
He must have thought the leaves would break his fall.
愚か者め。
What a fool. No. Suzumun can't be.
お前の王子は来ぬ。
Your prince will never come for you.
ゆえにお前に選べる選択肢はない。
Therefore, you have no choice.
その男の醜き芋虫たちの家族に加わることのみ。
You must join that man's, those hideous insects, family.
それを認めるまでにどの程度の時間がかかるかだけの違いしかない。
The only difference is how long it takes for you to come to terms with that.
さあさあまた駒がなくなっちゃったでちゅよ。
You've lost another piece.
そんなにちょっとずつ駒を増やしても焼け石に水でちゅ。
No matter how many pieces you add, you're bound to fail.
もっとハートをドーンと明け渡さないと逆転は望めないでちゅよ。
Keep going. Unless you surrender more of your heart, you have no hope for turning the tables.
しない。お前なんかに絶対。
I won't give in. I'll never submit to the likes of you. Kanai grabbed a fistful of pins and thrust them into the heart. It was impossible to even make out its original shape anymore. Nearly every part of it was covered in pins. She'd squeeze out every last bit of her heart to muster a final resistance. Several powerful pieces befitting that of final flicker of a candle lined themselves up on the board.
平凡な毎日でいいんだ。おいらは幸せになりたいんだ。
An ordinary life is all I ask for. I just want to be
お前
happy.
なんかに
I'll never surrender my happiness
おいらの幸せを明け渡してたまるか。
to a scumbag like you. Kanaya's white pieces advanced gallantly through the board. They stared down and clashed with the Sech King's black pieces. But her pieces were defeated with one after the other. It wasn't unreasonable. The man was wicked and crafty. On top of that, he'd stolen assets from countless of other victims. The depths of all of those wicked acts were the well from which he drew his own pieces. The power was far beyond the powerless, penniless child who could possess.
人にどもなど脆い
How fragile you men demons are.
できることなど終末に目を背けただただその恐怖を先送りにすることのみ
All you can do is turn your eyes from your demise and postpone that fear for as long as possible.
陸奥の末裔も鈴の目の末裔も共に
But Mutsu Suzunome's descendants are truly fragile.
これでまたエリス姫の駒がなくなってしまったでちゅね。
Now you've lost even more pieces.
もう駒は出てこないでちゅか。
Well, you can't bring out any more.
ないなら僕ちんの勝ち
If so, that means I win, doesn't it?
ちゅよ。
Did you? She had to keep crafting pieces to avoid admitting defeat. But both the doll and the heart pin cushions were already stuffed with pins. There was nowhere else for her to stick a pin into, so she couldn't create more pieces. Kanae had given up all of her heart and body. All that was left was her emotions. She had no choice but to accept that she had lost.
駒がもう出せないなら
If you can't bring out any more pieces,
僕ちんの勝ちでちゅね。
then that means I win, right?
もうかけられる体はないでちゅ。身も心も毒々芋虫なのでちゅ。
You don't have a body left to wager. Your heart and your body are now those of a lurid caterpillar. Kanae slowly fell to her knees, groveling and weeping. He was right. She had nothing left.
かけられる体はここにある。
Damn it, I thought he died. Hi, Shi, welcome. Wrong, there's a body to wager here. Whoa, crotch shot.
彼女のためにこの
Damn,
右腕
she
をか
arched
け
her
る。
back. I stake my right arm for her.
誰
Who are you?
貴様あの高さから
You wretch.
どうして
How did you survive from a fall that high?
ここはおとぎの国だと君が言ったよ。
You said this was a fairy tale land. Suzumu had fallen from the tall tree. There was no way that the foliage could have broken his fall. He had been prepared to die. But residents of this land, birds, butterflies, flowers, and mushrooms had all caught him. This was Kanae Minobe's mental world. It would hardly sit back and let the prince die.
どこまで手こずらせるのか
Will the troubles ever end with you? Why are you here? Oh my god, it's the ending song from the other chapters.
君に感謝できる理由ができた。
Divine curse, I finally found a reason to thank you. What?
君のおかげで僕はここにあれる。
Thanks to you, I'm standing here right now.
覇者検証。それを示せることを僕は心より君に感謝する。
Hajaken Sho. I am grateful from the bottom of my heart I could demonstrate it because of you.
感謝するだと
You're grateful to me?
人鬼の文才でなんという傲慢
Such arrogance. Know your place, man demon.
やれ醜き男よ見延課題の最後の心打ち砕いてしまえ
Do it, filth. Crush the last of Kanae Minobe's heart.
今さらこの状況でどう逆転するというのでちか。やってみるでちゅよ若造が。
You think you could turn the tables at this point? I dare you to try.
下がってて僕がやる。
Stay back, I can handle this. Oh, he's so chuny. Suzumu! Suzumu lowered his hips and readied his fist. To demonstrate his wager to the Sech King, he stuck needles into his own right arm, the very embodiment of the Susahara divine tribute style. A radiant light shone in the air, and the powerful white piece, pure and sublime as ivory, descended upon the board. It shimmered brilliantly and sprouted thick antlers like a sacred deer, befitting of the opponents of the divine curse. Impossible, this power is.
そんなコマ一つで僕ちんに勝てるなど思い上がりも甚だしいでちゅよ。
You dare to dream that you could beat me with a single piece like that? Don't get so full of yourself. The twisted black pieces charged the white piece all at once. But they failed to take it. It was like they were striking at a stone wall with eggs. No matter how much the grotesque pieces attacked, Suzumu's piece didn't even budge. Instead, they were destroyed themselves.
どうしてなぜ勝てないのでしょうか。
Why can't I win?
ここまで追い詰めるためにあらゆる努力を時間をお金を費やしてきたのに。
I spent so much time, so much money to corner her. I spared no effort. So how?
その努力がどれほどのものというのか。
You call that effort?
何
What?
ススハラ流親善武術が今日まで積み重ねた長き年月。
Before the 1,000 years that have gone into the Susahara divine
悠
tribute
久の1000
style,
年の前にどの程度のものだというのか。
your efforts are nothing. A millennium of emotions, all to save one single woman. How could one piece of filth's trifling ambition stand a chance against that? He's vibrating. Suzumun's merciless anger smashed the black pieces one after the other. A veritable blade aimed at evil. The sight was positively divine to Kanai. It was the end of the line for all the evil that dared to face Suzumu's wrath.
お前の野心など最後の一かけらまで残しはしない。
No piece of your vile heart will be spared.
お前に逃げ場はない。滅ぼす最後の一片まで。
You have nowhere to run. Now witness your destruction.
僕ちんの駒が
My pieces, my pieces. All the hideous pieces were exterminated. Eradicating the filth, that was all that remained.
Susahara Suzume!
The divine curse swung her large saw down from the sky. But the blade could not cleave Suzumu's sublime piece. The saw was stuck in it and could not be pulled out. The divine curse frantically tried to remove it, but then Suzumu slowly rose to the board and made his way over to her.
今こそ神に申しこの感謝を
I will now offer my gratitude to God.
我こそは六神彦の御事の呪いなるぞ。
I am the curse of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto.
我がなぜ人の二の末裔なのに。
What gratitude could the descendant of a man-demon possibly have for
彼女
me?
の心の痛み僕を導いてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for guiding me to the pain in her
だ
heart.
からもう
Now,
君の居場所はここじゃない。
you no longer
神
belong
の
here.
呪いは あるべきところに帰れ。
Return to your rightful place, O divine curse.
兄上様、私はまだあなた様の無念を晴らせては。
Brother, I've still not avenged you. Suzumu lowered his hips and readied his fist. The divine curse was frozen in place and couldn't move. She just looked in panic, anticipating her own end. Oh, he's charging. Very high quality. I see they have iMovie. Very cool, very cool.
Huh?
What?
覇者検証。邪悪を打ち破りて正しきを示す。
Haja Kensho, crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path.
お前誰？どこから現れた？
Who are you? Where did you come from? The man gripping Kanai by the shoulder and trying to drag her down the filthy alley was shocked at Suzumu's sudden appearance. He was about to rape her. No. Suzumu. Save me.
なんだお前。邪魔だぞ。
What are you doing? Mind your own business.
ススハラ流親善武術。ススハラスズム。
I am Suzumu Suzuhara, practitioner of the Suzuhara divine tribute style.
いざ。
Now, the fist created to save a single woman crushed evil. Suzumu drove his fist into the slovenly man's abdomen. The man's stomach twisted like a whirlpool, and he was sent flying as he coughed up filthy spray. His large body crashed into the ground and rolled across the sidewalk, landing face up. Suzumu's face expressed a desire to crush evil, an indignant expression that even the divine curse would have cowered before. Taken aback, the man crawled across the asphalt as he made a break for it. Kanaya felt like she was dreaming. The man who tried to take control of her entire life had been erased with one single punch. Why are you here?
先輩が僕を呼んでくれたから。
Because you called for me. Kanai smiled with tears in her eyes. He's puking. I've been punched so hard in the gut that I've puked too. I know that shit fucking hurts like hell. Because you got like all the muscles contracting around like an internal bruise. But then like also acid traveling up your mouth. Who the hell was that punk? God damn it, I was so close. The filth moaned in agony and staggered through the dark town. Just then, a woman appeared. Huh?
Hi, Oji-sama. Konbanwa.
Why, hello there, sir. How do you do?
そうだ。警察を呼んでくれ。
You, that's right. Call the police. The police.
変な小僧に思いっきりぶっ飛ばされて。
This punk punched me the hell out.
そうね。警察を呼んでもいいわね。でもその前に見せたいものがあるのよ。
You're right. I suppose I should. But I'd like to show you something first. Huh? Hinagata tapped her phone a few times and then showed the screen to the man. It showed a photo of the man grabbing Kanai's shoulder with a vulgar smile.
What?
How did you... No matter how you looked at it, it depicted a middle-aged man forcing a reluctant girl down an alley against her wishes. No one who saw it would listen to any excuses he offered in the contrary. And on top of that, it was his own tattoo parlor. He would be done for sure if he was caught bringing a minor in there. Wait, I'll pay you what you want. The man brought his hands together and begged when suddenly he found himself hanging mid-air. Hinagata had lifted him from the collar with unimaginable strength. Holy shit, what?
うちの子にもう一度近づいたら身体的、精神的、
Okay,
社
Mama
会的
Bear.
に完全に抹殺しちゃうからね。
Here's the deal. You go near my kid again, and I'll make the rest of your life a living hell.
っていうか、
And while we're at it,
身のべきに二度と現れるな。消えな、豚野郎。
and never show your face to the Minobes again. Get lost, you son of a bitch. Though Hinagata was smiling, her eyes held a ferocity that would make anyone quake in their boots. She threw the man right onto the hood of a parked car. Unable to comprehend what was happening, he fled into the city, spewing snot and tears. Oh bro, she made him cry. Miss Hinagata?
Hi! お二人?
Hey there, lovebirds. Hinagata grinned impishly as she snapped a photo of them. The boy and the girl in the shopping district at night. Clearly, an illicit relationship no matter how you spun it.
証拠写真が学校に職員会議でだだった謹慎停学もう一丁いっちゃう退学
School receives incriminating photos, emergency staff meeting, suspension, house arrest, becoming high school dropouts. It's all over. Huh?
冗談よ
I'm just kidding.
間に合ったみたいね
Look, looks like we made it this time, huh?
Hi.
Yeah.
間に合ったかはわからないけどね
I don't know if I would say that.
みなべさん今日が何日か知ってる
Minobe, do you know what day it is?
え
Huh? Hinagata took out her phone and showed her the date. It was a day earlier than Kanai thought. The day when that filthy caterpillar revealed his true
すべ
colors.
て霊障の悪夢だったのよ
It was all a nightmare caused by a haunting. Wait,
そんな
then
本当に
it was all
夢
just a dream? The date on her phone was the same. Kanai ran into a nearby convenience store and checked the date on the newspaper and anything else that would display it. They were all the same. This really was the same night.
どんな辛い夢を見たのやらかわいそうにね
Poor thing. That must have been a horrible dream you had. A dream?
本当
It
に
was really just a dream? Hinagata gestured for her to roll up her shirt. And so, Kanai timidly did what she was told, baring her stomach.
ええあなたは汚れてなんかいない綺麗なままよ
Yep, you haven't been dirtied. You're still as pure as always. That disgusting caterpillar was nowhere to be found. Kanai laughed feebly as she finally burst into tears. To think that a hell of a night was really just been a dream?
悪夢に閉じ込められたお姫様を王子様が助け出したってわけ
And so the prince came to save the princess trapped in her nightmare.
先輩はお姫様だから。
You're a princess.
だからハッピーエンドになれる道は絶対に閉ざされちゃいけない。
So we can't let the path to your happily ever after be destroyed that easily. Wait. That said, there was no way everything would be all wrapped up in a nice bow. The cult leader her mother had been so engrossed with had up and vanished, so she'd probably grow restless at the thought that she'd been abandoned again. There was still a chance her next action wouldn't be for her daughter's benefit. Though one danger had vanished, Kanai still had a rough journey ahead until she had reached her happily ever after. But this time, she wanted to help her mother. Kanai felt like she'd never seen eye to eye with her mother due to their poor relationship. But at the end of the day, her mother had never forgotten to pay for her food, nor had she ever denied her their home. Because no matter how poor their relationship was, they were still family. Princess Elise of the Arcanine Minobe Kingdom was tough. The Queen Bee was an adult. Her choices were hers to make. By putting distance between them and making her own choices as an adult, Kanai could focus on her own future.
おいらまあ最初は普通にボンクラな大学に行こうかなって思ってたんだけど
Me, well, at first I was thinking of going to some dumb college like most people.
今頃になってやっぱ進路考え直そうって思ってる
Now I'm thinking of looking at some other options.
就職ですかそれとも専門学校ですか
Do you intend on going job hunting or will you enroll in a vocational school?
介護士でも目指そうかなって
I was thinking of becoming a caretaker.
おおこれからの高齢化時代引く手あまたのお仕事ですね
Oh, with the way our society is aging, that line of work is going to be in hot demand.
でもめちゃくちゃ大変な仕事とも聞くな
I've heard it was a pretty hard job.
どうして介護士に？
Why a caretaker?
私たちってさ家やらお金やらいろいろなことを守られて生きてきたでしょ
Well, all of us have been afforded such protections, you know, like money and shelter.
でもさ老いるとまた守られなきゃならなくなるんだよね
But when we get old, we need somebody to look after us again.
おいらは自分がこれまで守られてきたことに感謝して
I'm grateful that I've been able to live under such supervision my entire
おい
life.
らたちを社会的に守ってきてくれた人たちを今度は守ることのできる仕事に就きたい
So I want to repay everyone who kept us safe by looking after them in return.
おお模範解答で即採用な感じです
Oh, that answer will get you major points in an interview.
離職率も高いって聞きますよ理想だけで務まる楽な仕事とも思えませんが
I heard that job has a lot of turnover rates, though. I don't believe it's a profession that can be carried with what deals alone.
そこは甘えるつもりはないしそれに打算もあるよ
Don't worry, I'm prepared for that. Besides, I have an ulterior motive.
財産たっぷり持った老人とラブラブになっちゃって遺産をあげるとか言われちゃうかもね
I'll shower those old farts with fat wallets with so much love that they might leave something to me in their wills.
なんて邪悪でグレートな志望動機だ
That is certainly a great reason to apply.
そのくらいたくましい方が先輩らしくて好きかな。
I guess that's what makes you everyone's favorite Minobe.
まあ介護士ってのは第二志望第一志望は他にあるんだ
Though becoming a caretaker is my backup plan, my first choice is totally different. Housewife.
なんでしょう聞いてもいいですか
What is it? Can you tell us? Hmm?
私だけの王子様を捕まえることかな
I'm thinking I might just try to snake a prince all for myself.
その前に王子様を見つけるのが先じゃないですか
But you'll need to find one first, won't you?
それはもう大丈夫見つけてるからというか射程範囲内
That's no problemo. I've already found one. In fact, he's right in front of me.
あナッチ 外見て外。ウルトラレアカードが風に飛んでる。
Natty, look outside. There's an ultra rare card blowing in the wind. It definitely is not him. Keep him distracted. Right when Natsuya ran over to the window, Kanai dove into Suzumu's chest and kissed him right on the lips. Ooh. Ooh, they're so cocked. They're so cocked. Get cocked. Get cocked, get cocked, get cocked, get cocked. That's so funny. Subakiko and Rydia blushed and were rendered speechless. Suzumu wore a look of utter confusion, while Kanai's cheeks held a red tinge. They're kissing. Ooh, kissing. Ooh. Ooh, unmarriable. Ooh. Natsuya tried to jump out the window in search of that ultra rare card. Bro, he almost died. Do it for Yu-Gi-Oh! I just gave the prince my very first kiss. Lewd. Whatever, man. Noe got it first. Noe almost sucked his dick at the hospital. Do you remember that? Princess Elis will have her happily ever after with the Prince of Moonset. Her journey will never end until that day. Aww, do we hit an ending? Whoa! Alright, we've reached an ending. Woo, 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 woo. Yeah, about 4 hours is what I was anticipating. There are 2 more endings before we can unlock Noe's ending. So you better believe I will be back to do the other 2. Because I want my sleepless, brain-dead corpse wife ending. Yeah, I want to fill her with babies and transfer her so that... I don't want to save the world. I don't want to save the world. I want to do that other thing they were doing to continue the curse. Can I do that instead? I'll probably fuck off. This might be the one, the threshold. You know? I had a beer for breakfast. I'm actually hungry now, and then maybe I'll have another beer. Thanks for sticking around, Zonis. Real one. Chum Slider, real one. Mocha, real one. Got a little boring there. I'm surprised you guys stuck around. I really appreciate it. We're gonna get these endings, okay? I promise. I'm determined to, even if they're not the best games, I want to commit to ending the games that I play, you know? I got nothing but time. Liquid bread in it. Yeah. Yes. It was good though for a while there. Now I'm actually starting to feel real hungry, so it's either open another beer or go eat some real food. And I want some eggs. I'm craving eggs. I'm in an egg mood right now. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot more schlocky visual novels in my day. This one at least tries to pull some plot twists, you know? It's still really unclear what's considered a delusion, what's considered a bleed into reality, what's considered some sort of alternate perception thing of occurrences. Like, it was a messy timeline there with the whole, she got raped, but then she didn't, then she got tattooed, but then she didn't. Like, what the fuck does that mean? I don't know. It got a little hard to follow. But I mean, ultimately, it is what it is. It's a visual novel. You know, it's not gonna be cinema. 10 eggs for lunch, let's go. Probably 2. And some hot sauce. You know what, I might boil them and make egg salad. I have some hot dog buns I need to get rid of. I don't like throwing away moldy food. So I'm gonna eat some stale hot dog buns with some egg salad in it. I'm gonna put like, probably some mayo and some hot sauce. And a little bit paprika, perhaps. A little bit of mustard. And some boiled eggs. That sounds pretty good, eh? Some spicy egg filling. Yep. That's what I'm going to do. Ding, ding. I want to see if there's like a post credit. Or if it'll bring me back. Because I did do a save state for when they gathered in the shed. But I want to know if I get to the end, if I get like a badge or something. What are those called? Achievement? Breakfast, okay. Or no, I guess beer was my breakfast. Yeah, it is lunch. Lunchtime. And it's 2:30. Maybe I'll make some extra. Child will be home in an hour. Oh, and I got a pee too. I think I shouldn't have held my pee. I should have pissed my pee. Okay. Post credit, let's go. 2020. This game is already 5 years old and I barely hear anything about it. I guess it wasn't the winner. Go. Sister. Oh, now she's got to go tell Noe she failed. Ooh. How truly mortifying. Dead. Noe is not impressed. Oh, there, I got it. Kanai Minobe token. Let's go. I've taken over your resentment and soot. Of this, I am certain. We gotta make her angry by letting all the other girls fail before I get to have her. And then I'm gonna fuck her. Accursed Suzumu Suzuhara, to think you would defeat one of us. Do you still desire his soot? She slowly turned her gaze to her two remaining sisters. The pair exchanged looks amidst the heavy silence. Of course, sister. Whoa! Hey, big man, welcome. You just made it right near the end. Their eyes glow scarlet. Naturally, I will keep my promise. Whoever obtains all of his soot will receive all of ours. It matters not which one of us can bring forth the calamity, as long as brother's soul can rest in peace. However, he is powerful. Don't make light of Mutsu's descendant. Her sisters nodded. Their lips curved into a fearless smile. Ooh. Whoa. Whoa. What? Toei felt something alien fall from her chest to her abdomen. It was like a fist-sized stone had been jammed directly into her stomach. That pain, like her body was full of stones, so it has increased yet again as signaling her destruction was nigh. The 1,000-year curse would not be sealed for long, but if so, then for what reason had she suffered all these years? At least if she had died with the calamity still sealed within her, she would have something to show for herself, for her suffering, however small. It was under that belief her countless selves had suffered and died over the past millennium. The cycle was finally reaching its conclusion. No, its ruin. The quintuplet spell was gone. There was no longer any way to postpone the curse. It was as though she had all of her past lives had only lived to bring about the calamity in this era. And then a distant memory of a long ago flashed in Toei's mind. The memory of a will left behind by the mother who died giving birth to her. Knowing the daughter she'd never see would inherit her suffering, her mother had left behind a letter as an apology, Toei believed that she would do the same if she had ever become pregnant. There was another letter that had come with that will. The second part was in a sealed envelope, and it read thus: "Read this only when you can no longer bear the stones in your stomach." Her mother had foreseen this. She had predicted that one day when the soot-sealed spell was broken would not be far off. The game that never ends, I swear to God. The sound of Suzumu's punching in the straw-wrapped tree resounded over and over again. When he had punched with his eyes wide open, seeking earnestness. But it was a bit different now. His eyes were squinted and a bit out of focus. However, he wasn't just slacking on his training. His fist was being dedicated to God in gratitude. To dedicate as an offering to God meant committing it to the flames. If that were the case, then it was the offering, not the act of throwing it in the fire, that was important. The same went for the divine tribute style. What mattered was not the act of punching, but the offering thanks to God. Punching was the only way to offer dedication to the gods, but the punch itself was not the thing that was dedicated. Suzumu now felt like he understood a little of what his father had taught him. Though the divine tribute style was involved with punching, it could never be perfected by anyone merely thrusting his fist. Hajikensho, crush evil and demonstrate righteous path. Those words have been passed down since ancient times through the Susuhara divine tribute style. Crush evil, demonstrate the righteous path, and be grateful to that which showed you the way. That was its spirit. The fist was nothing more than a way to convey that. Suzumu would continue training until he reached his essence of the divine tribute style. And once he did, he could save everyone suffering from the hauntings. He had defeated a divine curse the other day. Perhaps it was just a fluke, perhaps it was a coincidence, but he felt like he'd attained something at that moment. And perhaps he had, but he would attain more. Okay. There we go. Quick save. We will continue next time with probably the idol girl, and then we'll go to the main girl as well, because the idol girl seemed more interested in being a part of this wager or whatever the fuck they were doing. So I thank you for coming. Jonas, you're a real one. Chump Slider, real as fuck. Big man, welcome. Sorry you had to come late, and hopefully work went well. Goodbye. You're a real one. And then anybody else who's still sticking around, Joey, Mocha, Uwu, Awa, Uwu. I'm pretty sure she was here for a while. And there was another name. Maidara was there for a little bit. And Pookie. They've probably gone though. Anyways, goodbye. I love you. Don't know what either.